people do not recognize the passion I have for the craft. The effort I'm giving with every line that I write. A ridiculous life is affecting my content. All of the sins that was sit on my conscience. Insecurities that I am possessing. Why is my depth in the constant obsession? I am afflicted. Think about the life that I chose and the path of the young nigga moving on. And I've been down and out cause I was looking for the answer, but never really had no question. Tell me that I'm accepted. I'm getting sick and tired of rejection. I said I can't deal with the nonsense. The pain been constant. I wish I wasn't this depressed so I could deal with the stress. I feel it all times. I'm debating what the fuck I'ma do with the cadence. I hope it is a week. I can take it deep to the depths of your soul. With the list of my goals that I can never attain. And you can take it in vain. I tried to explain and giving you my pain. Take a listen to the record and tell me I'm insane with the way that I was raised. I swear that I've been trained, prepared to be alone. I pray that I can for the meaning of life with the voice in my head. Trying to get it all right. I can never get the light when I felt that I needed it. Proceeded with my genius, conceiving this demeanor shit. You will.
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome everyone to Bluespan's Dota 2 stream. Hello Lulu, hello Nick. How you two doing?
I'm writing a story that you couldn't fathom. Yeah. I'm giving a vision that you can't imagine. Yeah, do I wanna live is the question that I have been asking. All of the pain that I put in my lyrics, I wonder can anybody really grasp me, Lord? Yeah. You wondering what is my thesis? Yeah. You wondering what is my thesis? Yeah. You wondering what is my thesis? Why am I lonely when people are phony? I felt like I needed someone to believe in. Tell me that you want the real shit and take a second to listen and you'll feel this. As I reminisce on my self-esteem that would evaporate in my adolescence. Turned introspective, felt so dejected. I should use a noose as my newest necklace. I'ma set the scene from my wildest dreams. And I was headed for the valley of the shadow of death. I wanna be the motherfucker you define as the best. With the
hello Visa.
Releasing all stress, I confess that I speak a life from my view with deceiving disciple.
Thanks, Andrej.
The white flag that you use for truth is all bets are off. There's no more illusions. And anyone that get a division is confusing. And what a nigga written, I wanted to infuse in my flow. Niggas are so clueless, blind to all facts and don't know what truth is. I put it on wax and backtrack maneuvers, atrocities that you associated on my fucking pain has been regulated in my isolation. I was hesitating, I am terrified that I will never make it. Life is so evasive, I can make a statement. I'ma signify what this should really mean.
Hello, Nudge.
Another part that you would never get unless I paint a picture you could visualize it. That was so surprising, nigga. I'm comprising lots of ill shit for you to
Hello Mosine, hello Nikhil.
I am so lonely. I am so lonely. I am so lonely.
5 seconds remaining.
I'm writing a story that you couldn't fathom. Yeah. I'm giving a vision that you can't imagine. Yeah, do I wanna live is the question that I have been asking. All of the pain that I put in my lyrics, I wonder can anybody really grasp me, Lord? Yeah. You wondering what is my thesis? Yeah. You wondering what is my thesis? Yeah.
Hello Panda Blue, hello Devraj.
Why am I lonely when people are phony? I felt like I needed someone to believe in, Lord.
What's this guy not want to carry? Niagara Falls on the American side. Hello George.
Your turn to pick.
Ooh.
Your turn to pick.
They have a lot of magical damage. Ooh. All the negative armor. Oh yeah.
Your turn to pick.
I need a pipe in my team. I agree. Fucking listening skills. That's right, Andrej. What about second pipe? Yeah, this is Slarder 312. You bet. Shut up if you don't get pawned at mid by Queen of Pain. How much money?
Slardar. Yes.
Prepare for battle.
Do one of you supports? Maybe Venge can buy it. Hey Venge, maybe you should buy a pipe.
There was a time when I worked for the man.
No epic fail today, my friends.
I don't want to buy it.
And I'm just a pawn. That's your boss's 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 boss. Sitting on the throne of lies, legs crossed. That's the hand talking. That's the drink line. Don't
Go
best
ahead.
on a 9 to 5. That's suicide. I will not comply. I'm my own boss to the day I die. You don't own me. I became free off of living off of what I once dreamed. I'm the living proof. I'm the newest youth. I'm a new to him. I spread the truth. I on the castle with a team worldwide. Save the kingdom from itself one time. You might only get to live one life. But if you ain't got
Shit.
this right,
So I clicked my fucking thing.
jump into a book and live inside my
Holy shit, there's 3 top.
Look to the foe. Till I catch a vibe. Don't know what day of the week it is. I'm losing track of time. Beautiful. Yes, it is. Beautiful.
Fuck out of here.
It's beautiful. You agree. It's beautiful.
No delay.
Beautiful. Yes, it is. Beautiful.
Beautiful. It's beautiful.
Lord me back again. To the fight. I rush to defend. Patrolling.
All across the land, going hand to hand. Started in a van, now I'm in a bus. You can't comprehend. I've been Neverland, feel like Peter Pan. I'm never grown up. And these are the words that I say every single day when I wake up.
What the fuck is wrong with you guys? I'm dead again.
Getting lost inside my walls, so high might fly away. In the middle of the afternoon, just let me go, yeah. Out of control, yeah. All alone, yeah.
Keep a lookout.
Yes, it is. Beautiful. Way I live. It's beautiful.
Beautiful. Yeah, shield? No shield.
Mercy.
Fuck, man.
Deep ones guide me. Treasure for the deeps. To the
Okay. Yo, man.
keep a lookout.
Back.
Seriously?
I go. I rush to defend. Yes.
Boom, 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 boom. It's right, the Viraj, you get it. Fortunately, the other guy doesn't. Yo, Gaben. Yo, Haku. Yo, Nizab.
Look
Bum,
to
bum,
the
bum,
foe.
bum, 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 bum.
Onward.
Where's the creep wave? Oh, they pulled too. I see. Nice skill coordination.
Disguise me. After them. I'm on to you. I'll treasure this. Patrolling.
Bum, 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 bum,
I rush
bum,
to
bum,
defend.
bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum,
Spirit
bum,
Breaker's
bum,
missing.
bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum.
You. No delay. I go. To the fight.
Yeah, what makes you think Lulu doesn't play Dota? Yeah, boots yet? I need one nice.
On guard. Yes.
Okay, man.
To the fight.
Done.
Oh, sorry, man. He's trying to last it.
You're in deep water. After them. I'm on
Got a word there.
Kings up.
Yo, Legger, how you doing, buddy? Guys, is music too loud? Someone let me know. Oh shit.
My strength. Keep a lookout. Deep ones guide me.
Oh shit. Music is fine? Good. Good. I like it loud. I like it big. Alright.
I'll not be caught off guard again. Onward. I rush to defend. Look to the foe.
Revenge.
Yes. No delay.
You get close, just stun him.
He's gonna spin, dude. Whoa, 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 whoa. A fucking healing ward. Oh shit. That guy's hella dead. Let's go back. Let's go shrine.
He's gonna blink on you.
Oh yeah? He can blink on me all he wants.
Look to the foe.
Yeah. Hey, bring it over here, Coddle. Bring it to these.
Shiny as souls. One
Oh, you don't even have a TP.
They'll never find me. Oh, okay, I'm dead. Never mind. I can't hear my teammates because my music's too loud. They'll never oh shit.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Get him.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Damn it, Coddle, you just take all the fire, don't you, bud?
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified.
Actually, channel managers have the option to clip stuff later.
Radiant structures are fortified.
giving up
Damn it!
on
The
them.
enemy's top tower has fallen.
Yes, you do. It's in the live streaming
Your bottom tower is under
tab
attack.
in Creator Studios. What item do I want next?
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen.
No delay.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I rush to defend. On their tail. You're in deep water.
Oh shit, there's a fucking Queen of Pain here. And a Spirit Breaker. What the fuck is wrong with you guys?
Radiant structures are fortified.
Oh no! What the fuck? Oh. What, I need like what, 0.2 second? What? Oh, you know what would have been clutch? Last second infused raindrops. Would have survived that. Oh, I have a surprise Pikachu.
Spanning ground. Patrolling. Guard well. Attack. Shiny as soul. No mercy. I'm on to you.
Oh shit, they have wards here.
Oh shit.
Face me.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Oh Jesus.
Ready.
Oh man. Almost dead.
Keep a lookout. I'm not ready. Deep ones guide me as soldiers.
Hey Clark, that's not what Anti-Mage Ag says.
Go.
Anti-Mage Ag's the skill with the longest cooldown. I use my ult all the time, man. Hey Mosine, if you're talking about me using my ult here, let me ask you a question. When you cast your ult, you have to stop for a second, right? And when you're running at somebody, what's more important? Running towards them so that you could stop them from running, stunning them, or stopping for a second to cast your ultimate? You see the difference?
Vigilance. Thank you from the bottom of my soul. Deep ones guide me.
There's the Stone of Aegis. Nope.
Vigilance.
Fake. Calibrated at 4.3k.
Slither. Look to the foe.
Why am I? Oh man, I'm stunned for the longest time.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
2 for 2.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Soldier on. No delay. Liquid for a thin. To the fight.
What's damage on this shit? 80?
Radiance.
Patrolling.
Who's got radiance?
Regeneration.
Oh, he's got radiance.
It's not time yet.
You know, I don't want to deal with this.
Look to the foe.
Your top tower is under attack.
You're in deep water. Deep ones guide me.
We don't have team, guys. Here. Run. Run. Okay. I don't want to deal with this shit.
Your top tower is under attack.
Fortune.
Yo, I'm hella low, dude.
Radiant structures.
For fuck's sake, guys.
To the fight. No delay.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Ah, that's what you get. Karma.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Hope this guy's going eggs.
Patrolling.
Your middle tower has fallen.
Ursula's in big doo doo.
Tower is
He's in
under
doo-doo.
attack.
Easy.
Your top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
No! Fuck! God, you're
Your
so
top
shit.
tower has fallen.
That bench needs to be in the fight. You can't be farming like that. You need more sunlight.
Who's farming what?
Onward.
To be on the fight.
Your top tower is under attack.
Did you tell me to be in the fight?
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, I don't want to fight either. Oh man, it's Roshan time.
I rush to defend. On their tail. It's not time yet. Shiny as shows. No delay. Not
I don't wanna die. I don't wanna die.
Rolling.
Okay. It's Roshan time. What's Roshan time, Ursa?
Yes. Guard well.
Can't go on him.
Ready.
Can't go on who? Hey, yo, Shrine, come to the Shrine, Shadowfiend.
Keep a lookout. Oh. I rush to
GG. The Underlord is too fat.
Yeah, tell me about it.
the depths.
Dagger on Slaughter is fucking shit. You know how bad Slytherin Crush is right now? 1 second stun.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Dagger on Slaughter.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
Oh my god, he's almost dead. What the?
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Yo, bottom, guys.
Even death.
Your bottom
Yo, you, come bottom. Yo, you gotta deal with this shit.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
Alright.
No delay.
Is Blade Mail a good choice? I don't know, man. I don't know.
Patrolling.
I'd rather just get BKB.
Slither.
Stack.
It's not time yet.
Lame.
Wait,
Guard
seeing
well.
Kaya. Oh shit, he's doing Roshan.
Deep ones guide me. Yes.
Your shrine has fallen to the radiant.
I'm not
Your
ready.
top tower is under attack.
Onward. I'll do it for the kin. To the fight.
Beware Ursus, jeez. Beware. Oh, I'm aware. So scary. What are you doing? No! It's mine.
Patrolling.
You
No
need
delay.
spot
Blink on you,
BKBs.
Slaughter.
My stun is 1 second. He needs bait.
Guide me. I'm on to you. Onward.
Wish there's no whatever.
Yes. Treasure for the deeps.
Uh oh, Shadow Fiends.
I
Okay, he's okay.
go.
I'm gonna look up this hill.
Keep a lookout.
Yo, I'm going for this jug. Got him! Care mid! Yo, I'm here. We can probably fight.
No jug.
Oh, look, pop on me. Force the jug
Enemy's
buyback.
middle tower has fallen.
Look to the foe.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Ben, you stay back, okay, Ben? Yo, let's get back, I'm dead. Oh my god! Narrowly escaped death. Oh, we threw! Oh fuck! We need BKB. Do I need to ban you?
Need a blink.
Did you know you're kind of annoying?
Rely on the freaking
Your
bench.
middle tower is under attack.
We don't want initiating.
Your middle tower has fallen.
Resurface. Slither.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Buy back,
Radiant
Shadow Fiend.
structures are fortified. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
Oh my god, we lost. We lost.
There's no damage on him.
Your middle barracks has fallen. Your bottom barracks are under attack. Your bottom barracks has fallen. Your bottom barracks are under attack.
Oh my god.
Your bottom barracks has fallen.
We lost, man. We still need BKB so bad, man.
Keep a lookout.
Your top shrine is under attack. Your top shrine has fallen. Your top tower is under attack.
Deep ones guide me.
Your top tower has fallen.
I mean, it's not. Man, I don't have teammates, dude. I can't deal with this.
Infinity.
GG.
Your top tower has fallen. Your top barracks are under attack. Your top barracks has fallen. Your top barracks has fallen.
Die, Queen of Pain, die!
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
Ah, man.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
How would Dagger help us win fights?
Your ancient is under dire victory.
Okay. Who's MVP here? Oh, I got an item. Flags of the Queen Emissary. You know, I actually really think that Dagger is shit on Slaughter now. You know his stun is 1 second, right? 1 second. And you know that Slaughter moves really quickly already anyways, right? So don't you think that's a little bit overkill? Alright there, buddy. If me and Ursa both jump on same hero instant kill, no. I don't agree. Alright, so besides the AA, who's extremely unimportant, who's going to be an instant kill? Is Underlord going to be an instant kill? With his Radiance, Guardian Greaves, Heaven's Halberd. Is Queen of Pain? With her Power Treads, Yule is going to be an instant kill. She's got an Orchid as well. Is Juggernaut with the Mantis Style and Spin going to be an instant kill? Is the Vanguard Spirit Breaker with Power Treads going to be an instant kill? No! Holy shit. Suck to suck. Yeah. And also, what's the difference between me blinking on the target and me simply just running towards the target and using Amplify damage? Sorry, Corrosive Haze. No, I don't agree with you, man, okay? And remember, I play a shit ton of Ursa, okay? Also, item critique is the lowest form of critique. Why not ask, like, why did we do the laning phase this way? Why did we draft 10th pick Ursa? You know? Why didn't we let Shadowfiend use the courier? Why didn't we smoke at minute 14? Why didn't we ward their jungle? Those are all, like, way higher level thinkings in Dota 2, right? Now you're just like, Blink Dagger. Blink, easy kill of Ursa. Like, that's... Man, that's just, like, so low level, dude. You don't have to initiate with Slaughter. Honestly, ever since they changed his stun... His blink initiate's not even good anymore. Now, let's say that actually I just had BKB and I ran towards them instead. So if I run really quickly at, let's say, 500, 600 move speed, what's the difference between that and me blinking on them instantly? and stunning them for 1 second with Slithering Crush. What is the difference? All right.
Your turn to ban.
I'll try mid this time.
5 seconds remaining. Your turn to pick.
Do you think you're better than me? Yeah, let's agree to disagree, man.
10 seconds remaining.
Holy fuck.
5 seconds remaining.
You know, Varun, here, I'm gonna be real with you, okay, man? I don't actually think that any one item build is better than others. I think that they're simply just different. When you buy items, it just changes how you play. It just changes how you play. Like, if you want to go Blink Dagger, then yeah, you could Blink Dagger and then you can initiate Versa. It just changes how you play. It's not a superior, it's just a different build. But you, man, you keep jerking off about how your item builds are superior, man. Just stop.
Your turn to pick.
I'll roll. Oh, shit.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Oh, wait. Well, that's good if that's what you meant, but what you said earlier is Blink Dagger is better. Your Echo Saber purchase is a waste of money. That's totally different. Yeah, I understand a lot of you guys, even my teammates, you guys are like, oh, old Slaughter build, Blink Dagger. I fucking understand. That used to be the standard Slaughter build, but it's not good anymore.
Your turn to pick.
Also, just because you can buy an item to initiate, it doesn't mean you should.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Your turn to pick.
Make a donation for your hero. How's that? Yeah, like, not just because you can initiate doesn't mean that you should, right? Like Shadow Fiend, he can initiate with Shadow Blade. Vengeful Spirit can initiate with Swap. Ursa can initiate with Blink Dagger, right? Like, should Carl buy Blink Dagger too to initiate? You know, like, just remember that just because you can do something doesn't mean you should, right? Alright, AA should buy Blink Dagger too, so he can start cold feeding, right? Or Underlord should buy cold feed so he can pet. Sorry, the Underlord should buy Blink Dagger. Blah, blah, blah. You could initiate, but, like, that doesn't mean that you should. You know why you challenge me? To get attention and feel important. Not interested. That's right, Danny.
Recast in Ember Heat. This was in the back.
Can I get wards and tangles?
Prepare
Holy
for
fuck. You buy. Oh my. Thanks, man.
Must be discovered.
How's that? I'm annoyed, but how is that funny? You know, when someone else is annoyed or angry, you know what kind of kids get angry? Or kids find that amusing? The fucking little shitheads do. He's angry! Like, it's really not that funny. Like, this guy's just like breaking chat rules, being disrespectful and annoying, you know? Like, only 13-year-olds find that shit funny.
30 seconds to battle.
All paths find serenity.
Vishnu, what makes you think that I would play with you, dude?
No path but through. Balance in
Lift,
all
lift, lift.
things.
The battle begins.
Oh my god.
Balance.
First
The
blood,
stalwart flame
last
flickers.
words.
Well, it's a good thing you're stopping Zera, because it's
All
not that
action
funny, you know?
Is reaction.
That's some like childish shit, man. I mean, you might as well say something like penis. That's so funny. You are gonna miss your creeps,
You
buddy.
have no chance.
Axe reports top is missing.
Fire shall teach you. Never refuse gold given. It must be done. Tis not yet time.
Gotcha.
Fear not the forest.
So, Monkey King is supposed to be an Ember in lane, by the way.
I shall teach you. Bonded, you and I. What dangers lie here?
I don't have that much mana left.
None escape my fire. You will be seared.
We need 3 bottom. Alright, he's a solve now.
The road is endless. Walk a warrior's way. Everything lies. Destiny awaits us all.
Let's see here.
Prepare for a lesson.
Once he starts getting levels, it's kind of dangerous.
Pass upon the wind. Flame lights the way. On and on again.
So PA is offline?
Your end has come. The way is clear. A test of training. Come and learn humility.
Okay, I got a bottle now.
It must be done.
Oh shit, there's a haste there.
What plans are
I ain't coming for this guy.
rune of haste?
Your middle tower is under attack.
Harmony must be earned. A trial by fire. Entered in the flame. warrior's way. I am not ready.
Oh, you fuck.
The road is endless.
I'm here all week.
Bottom is missing, according
Ensnared
to
in
Axe.
fire. A journey without end. Fear not the forest.
Fuck.
All action is reaction. On and
Should I even
on
bother?
again.
Nope. Not even gonna bother.
Balance in all things. The stalwart flame flickers. What must be discovered? Destiny awaits us all. Spared you future loss. The way is clear.
Well, he clicks for 86. Yeah, triple Wraith Band. All right. So I cannot beat this guy in lane. Not with that build.
All paths find serenity.
Wait, I need Curry.
Flame lights the way. Be wary. Be cautious. No path. What must be discovered? No path but through. The stalwart flame flickers. All action is reaction.
Showing us thanks for subscribing.
On and on again.
Oh shit, reaching.
Rune imprisoned, freedom foretold. Flame lights the way. Your place is here. The way is clear.
Wait, whose are these? Silencer? Get your items, dude.
You waste
Fuck.
your essence. What dangers lie here?
I might be able to beat him, huh?
Destiny awaits us all. Fear not the forest. Ember strength, now rekindled. Balance in all things. You've gone forth, my friend. I am under attack. Behold, my searing jet.
No, please.
A warrior's way.
You fucking lucky shit. I can beat him here. I can beat him.
Must be earned. Shamed in searing heat. All paths find serenity.
You oh man, you fucking
A
shit. God
journey
damn it.
without end. Warm to the touch. It must be done. Ruin of
Sure, man.
double damage. You will be seared. My image steps forth. Fire shall teach you. wary. Be cautious. The road is endless.
I don't have TB Sprawl.
Carry forth the flame. A journey without end. Balance in all things. On and on again. The road is endless. Flame lights the way. All action.
Yo, watch this monkey.
Captured in the flame. Rune and prison moves that scorching venom. Fear not the force.
We fighting this?
All paths find serenity. What must be discovered?
Did he see you? Oh no.
Persist. The stalwart flame flickers.
What the?
It's clear.
I'm gonna shrine bottom.
Harmony must
You wanna join?
be earned. Destiny awaits us all. Prepare for a lesson.
Yeah, I almost died there.
Must be done.
Jesus Christ. Man, Monkey King is so hard to deal with.
I need more time. A trial by fire. You will be honored. What dangers lie here? Your end has come.
Your top tower
What the?
is under
Is he
attack.
rage quitting?
Be wary. Be cautious. What plans I have. Walk away.
Ruby, we can kill this Enigma.
Double damage empowers me. Be ensnared in fire. The road is not yet time. All paths find
Radiant
serenity.
structures are fortified.
Beware, be swift. Come and learn humility. The stalwart flame flickers. Fear not the forest. You have no chance. journey without end. I need more time. Hurry to the fray. What dangers lie in you and I? You face the flame.
Alright, dead. Oh, Lena's back. I thought she was gonna rage quit. Apparently not.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire structures are fortified.
A test of training. Fire shall teach you.
15-minute runes are almost up.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
All action is reaction. Chained in series.
Easy rune.
Destiny all to the top. Never refuse gold given. Be wary all to the touch. I am not ready. Flame lights up. Come and learn humility. Harmony must be earned. It must be done. The way is clear.
What the fuck is this guy doing here?
Trial by fire.
Illusion. The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
I am not ready. Walk a warrior's return. Be wary. Be cautious. I am not ready. Hurry to the fray. The stalwart flame flickers. None escape my fire. All action is reaction. Behold,
Thanks, man.
searing jade. My image steps
Sure.
forth. I need more time.
Holy shit. Damn, son.
His name is John C.
Thank you, thank you.
Tis not yet time. Fear not the foe.
Radiant structures are
Your end
fortified.
has come. Harmony must be earned. I need more time. What must be discovered? Carry forth the flame. The way is clear.
Dire's cluster has been killed.
OPA, what is... Death by a tower.
What dangers lie here?
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Don't Fable. Don't Fable. Ah, you fuck.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
Holy fuck, this silencer does tons of damage.
Balance all things. I need more time. Walk a warrior's path. From knowledge comes skill. Use that scorching heat. You will be seared. Without aim. Build for
Your
my
middle
friend.
tower is under attack.
All paths find serenity.
You know what? You know what, guys? Let's fucking do it. Let's fucking buy eggs. Let's do it. We're gonna buy eggs. Oh yeah, we're doing this. I wasn't sure, but hey, what the hell? Yep, we're doing it. Holy shit, this guy's strong.
Best effort. What must be discovered?
Absolutely perfect.
I am not ready. Never refuse gold given.
Oh, where the fuck is all the farm?
Pass, but through.
All right, dude, they should lower the charge, the remnant time.
You face the flame.
All right.
All paths find serenity. You have no chance.
The enemy's top tower.
So I could probably reach this, huh?
Well,
Woo! Oh my god! Oh boy! Oh boy! This is gonna be great. You see how far it's went? This is
what
gonna be
dangers
interesting.
lie here? Beyond your
Woo!
Your bottom tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified. Your bottom tower is under attack.
I shall teach you. My image stepping. None may stop me.
No!
These emperors.
Oh man! Oh, Monkey King's actually disconnected.
My short thing arm.
Giggity. You guys are all talking about anime and shit, huh? Anime's cool. I like anime. I like Death Note, guys. Death Note's pretty good. Used to watch Naruto when I was younger. Watched like 200 episodes of that. That's pretty good stuff too. When I was a young warthog.
Flame lights the way.
Serious?
Who's that scorching fellow?
Fucking cunt.
Balance in all things. 'Tis not yet time.
Beginner's level? What
A warrior's way.
do you mean beginner's level? What does that even mean?
A test of training. I need more time.
Your top tower is under attack.
I am not ready. On and on again. The stalwart flame flickers. I need more time.
Oh my god.
Be wary. Be cautious.
Where's, what the? They awarded their own camps.
The way is clear.
These ones are awarded too, aren't they? Like I've been, like this one, it just didn't spawn just now.
Fear not the
I have a feeling this one didn't spawn either. Yeah, see? I think Radiant is griefing Radiant.
A journey without end.
So yeah, with eggs, you really don't need boots of travel, huh? You just move so
Awaits
fast.
us all. Be
The
on your
enemy's
way.
bottom tower has fallen.
What must be discovered?
Oh, famous equals beginner's level. Gotcha. I see how it is.
What dangers lie forth?
Oh shit. Would Death Note be beginner level if you were born in the 1980s? Oh shit! Calvin, I don't know who you are. Who are you?
This should make my life easier.
Wait, PA's level 15? Thought she was farmed. Oh, you guys ready for this shit?
Carry forth the flame.
Whoa!
The stalwart flame.
You did not see that shit coming.
Rule imprisoned. Freedom for
What does he say? Hey, what does he say?
road is endless. I am
That was a lot of fun.
flame lights the way.
I think you almost had to put Off Green Core and
I shall
eggs together, huh? Wow, man, that was like 1,500 just from remnants.
Tis not yet time. Walk a warrior's way. All
Alright.
your end has come. Be wary. Be clear. A little more time. And be burned.
Roshan has fallen to the dagger.
Fear not the forest.
I was gonna BKB now.
No path but through. All action is reaction. Serenity.
I'm gonna go in and I'm gonna go out.
Be well, be swift. Balance in all things. 'Tis not yet time. The flame protects me. Harmony must be earned.
Oh shit. Good thing I have Aegis. Ooh, Jesus. I don't have any more remnants, dude.
I need more time. The way is not yet time. Behold, hurry to the front. Without it.
Chop him! Chop him! Ah, I'm gonna die to DOTs! No! No! Oh shit, dude! Oh shit! Damn!
No, God!
Oh man, I think if I slate here, I might have survived that. I'm not quite sure. Maybe. God, this hero is just so fun. That's right, Tundra. That's what I was thinking, but I panicked!
Invisibility.
Yeah, PA is quite poor for some of these. Battle Fury. 31 minutes. What does True Strike means in that talent? You don't know what True Strike means? It means you cannot miss the attack. Even if they have 5 butterflies and radiance, you still cannot miss your attack. Yeah, these charges take a long time.
Sacrifice paid, balance assured. Burn forth, my friend. Fear not the forest.
I'm lagging.
Your top tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified. Your top tower is under attack.
Flame lights the flame.
Bear to be seen.
Does Wraithing have ult?
Your top tower is under attack.
I don't know, man. Access too far. Get back, get back, get back, get back, get back.
I need
wanna buy
more
Macarena.
time. Destiny awaits us all. All action is reaction.
Octarine Core, baby!
Freedom
It's gonna be great. He's buying Radiance? Oh my god,
not
this
ready.
item's gonna be great.
Balance in all things. I am not ready. The road is endless. I need more time. You will be seared.
Yeah, so restore Remnant restore time, recharge time should be lowered with Octarine Core. I'm pretty sure because that's how it works with Reverse Spirit. Pretty sure.
The stalwart flame flickers.
Okay. It should be right.
All
Should we
paths
should we set a timer?
Serenity.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Can we just multiply that by 2? 30 seconds? Sounds about right.
flame, from pyre to power. Walk a warrior. I need more time. What must be discovered?
Ooh, that's
No
life.
path but through. None escape but a journey with carry forth the
Your
flame.
middle tower is under attack.
Timber strength.
Oh, I had a regen? I did not even know that.
Flame lights the way on your way. I am under attack. The way is clear. Be ensnared in fire.
Oh yeah.
Tis not yet time.
Oh my god. Oh man, I was hoping I would have Flame Guard and it would burn him, but it didn't. Oh, this is bad. Oh shit!
I'm done.
Good job, supports. Enigma doesn't have black hole. Just saying. You have 2 catapults. Yes, he used it on me.
Your middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Third gets purged in Elu. Oh, Yules. Yes, it does. These Rubik statues are still there. Or am I high? Wait, what?
This should make my life easier.
Rub the monkey ultimate. And you guys should read some patch notes, motherfuckers.
Balance in all things. Be wary. Be cautious.
Rubik, you fucking greedy shit! He's been doing that all game.
Fear not the foreigner. What dangers lie here?
Don't MF us? What's that supposed to mean? Don't motherfucker us? Don't magic find?
On and on again.
You don't even know what you said?
My image
You serious?
steps forth. It must be done.
Oh boy. Deep doo-doo.
You and I.
You know what you're talking about, so can you explain what you were saying? Dude. No, Axe, we don't have team. Oh shit, Axe. That's throw. Woo!
What? I am under attack.
Your middle tower is under attack. Dire
Jesus
structures
Christ.
are fortified.
Be well. Be swift.
Your middle tower has fallen.
It must be done.
Oh, my team, dude. We got overconfident. Now look what happens.
Dire structures
Be
are
wary.
fortified.
Be cautious.
And we glyphed for that? Oh my god. Why you do this?
Middle tower is under Your middle tower has fallen.
Not yet time.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Fortune fellow. I need more time. And your place is here.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen.
No path, but through. Be ensnared in fire. Approach.
The other guy.
Your top tower
Where's the
is
Oracle,
under
dude?
attack.
Oh, there he is.
Lights to capture in the flame. Oh, hurry to the fray.
Alright, buddy. Well, how fucking damage, dude.
By fire. I have achieved.
What does this say? I can't even read. Something 5 remnant charge restore time? That might actually be better. I can't read it. What does it say? Is it?
Imber spirit.
Minus 25. Gotcha. That one's better since I have
Prepare for a lesson.
Invisibility.
You have no chance. All action is reaction. What speedy rune of haste? The way is clear.
Oh yeah, there we go.
The stalwart flame flickers. Behold, my friend. Behold. Chained in searing heat.
Black hole!
This ends you.
Hurry to the fray.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Woo! It's so fun, man.
Hunger must be earned. And away I go. Be ensnared in
Enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Holy, a lot of buybacks! Oh!
Fear not the forest.
Holy shit. Oh man, should I help my team? No. I will be right back, friends.
What dangers lie here? 'Tis not
Drink, motherfucker, drink!
wrapped in ember fire. Forth, my friend. Come and learn humility.
Oh, jeez.
What must be discovered?
Oh, we fucking threw. Oh my god. Oh god. Oh god. I don't know what to say, guys. Yeah, Ember Eggs is a lot of fun. Unfortunately...
Your bottom shrine is under attack.
Seriously? Oh my god, dude, what are you doing? Just get out.
Your bottom shrine is under attack.
Holy shit.
Your middle barracks are under attack. Your middle barracks has fallen. Your middle barracks has fallen.
You know what? I would probably buy Ember Eggs again.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen. Your bottom barracks has fallen.
How the fuck are we losing this?
Your bottom barracks has fallen. Your middle
You stop backseat gaming? Where the fuck is Monkey King?
I am not ready.
Go, 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 go!
A journey without end. Harmony
Man, this dude, I fucking love eggs on Ember Spirit, man. What a fun fucking item.
Tis not yet time.
That's just great, man. Great.
Your top tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified.
How did I not change this guy, dude? Woo!
The enemy's middle
Go, 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 go!
the enemy's middle barracks.
Oh my god, dude. Fucking Ember Eggs. What a great fucking item.
Hurry to the fray.
The enemy's middle barracks.
Let's go. The road is endless. You will be feared.
Oh my god, I want to do that again. Oh, what a fun fucking item. Hero is already super fun. Now he's even more fun. I highly recommend Ember Eggs, guys. First time buying it. Had a blast. Vote Ember Spirit. Yes, yes, vote me. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, yes, yes. I didn't think that I did that much damage that game because like it just didn't feel like I did that much damage, but in fact I did way more damage than anyone in the game. It just didn't feel like it, right? It really didn't feel like it. But factually I did. Yeah, 64,000 hero damage. But I think the item for 20% cooldown is not very good. Better damage? I don't even understand your question. Especially the second question. Ocarina Core is great, man. I don't know how you could say that. Alright, I'm playing Ember Spirit again.
Your turn to battle. 5 seconds remaining.
No, if I thought that taking a damage item would be better than the 20% cooldown item, then I would have done that. But no, I honestly, straight up, 100% disagree. No, if you go eggs, like a lot of Ember's damage starts to revolve around his remnants. Obviously, the more slights and chains you can do, the more damage he'll do. Wonder if a Kaya would be good. Kaya might be really good. 8%. I don't know. Nah, I don't know if I buy Kaya, guys. Yeah, Veil actually makes a lot of sense.
Your turn to pick.
That last game, I don't know if anyone even bought. Well, Radiance was purchased by Wraith King, so they have a little bit of evasion there, but If I could go back in time, I would probably get the 10% spell amp over the True Strike. Why didn't I buy Daedalus? Actually, I was gonna buy Daedalus next, I think. I just don't have money. So these 4 items I think are pretty core on Remnant. Let's just call them Remnant Spirit. Remnant Ember Spirit. So these items are pretty core in my opinion. So then my 5th item would have been maybe Daedalus or I don't know. Or Shivas. Yeah, I was thinking to buy Shivas because I don't know, they have a lot of right click. Monkey King's got Desolator, Wraith King's got AC, so I probably would have bought Shivas next.
Your turn to pick.
Can I get a ward and few tangers, please? Rahul, thanks for subscribing. Oh shit. I have a lot of Ember counters. I can play any hero for donation. Who's the mid player? LC, right? No, LC's the mid. This is way better. Last game I had to deal with Monkey King mid, and it was just painful, man. Monkey King is Ember's lane counter. Yeah, I had to play really careful and miss a lot of last hits. Hello, Michael.
Fear not the forest.
Hey, the ward guys. Thanks.
Prepare for battle.
This in the bag.
On again.
So I guess LC's mid, Wraith King's offlane with Dark Willow, Slark's Crystal Maiden bottom, and then yeah. Okay. So if LC is mid, then I need to buy.
Destiny awaits us all.
So I'm pretty sure I need Yules this game. Do I need Yules? So the Slark.
Must be done.
Slark, when he pounces me, I cannot use Remnant. That's a huge problem. A very huge problem.
All paths find serenity.
30 seconds.
No, never mind. Let's go bot.
All action is reaction.
Uproot and after them.
Yeah, I mean, duel's a gigantic problem for me. Pounce is a gigantic problem for me.
Be wary. Be
The
cautious.
battle begins.
War's flames blaze again. The stalwart flame flickers.
I'm not Chinese.
Flame
I
lights
speak
the
fluently
way.
with practice. GHA, what problem did we have last time? Oh, it's Slark mid.
Come and learn humility.
This guy must be pro. Usually people don't do Slark mid.
You are too slow. The way is clear.
Pins off.
Walk a warrior's way. It must be done.
Wraith King, man, what a fucking weird lane combo. Jesus.
Your end has come. A journey without end. What dangers lie here?
Wait, so he didn't get his passive. Okay, that's kind of stupid.
Prepare for a lesson. Captured in the flame. None escape my foot.
Yeah, that's actually really stupid.
A warrior's way.
Ah, he's not so pro then.
Let's see if we can kill it.
From pyre to chained in searing heat. You have no chance.
Oh, you fucking shit. Ah! Gotcha!
First blood in flames.
Go.
To be spent wisely. I shall teach you.
Let's get this item. Wow!
Flame lights the way. The stalwart flame flickers.
Don't get the illusion rune, please. You fuck! Oh, man.
Go.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
Face the flame. On and on again.
Ruins this one.
Way is clear.
Yeah, if he got his passive, I would be really scared of this guy, but he doesn't understand how to do this lane properly, I'm sure.
Fire shall teach you.
Yeah, no, his passive's like his best skill in melee versus melee.
Harmony must be earned.
He's scared of me now. You're right, you can stay scared.
You will be
Hi, Farm.
feared. A trial by fire.
We got a bottle
I shall
too.
teach you.
Interesting.
Behold my searing chains. Destiny awaits us all. Only you and I.
Oh man, I need oh, just a tiny bit more mana. Fuck.
You have been denied. Prepare for a lesson.
So clumsy.
Don't.
Let's get this item.
What plans I have.
My rude motherfucker.
What must be discovered.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Come and learn humility.
Whoa, what the fuck, man? Give mid items first?
Your end has come.
Oh,
What are you doing, man? Oh, you finally got your passive, I see.
A tool to teach
we go. Go, 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 go.
Resend the courier.
is reaction.
Oh, dude. It's black.
Your place is here.
What the?
Wary. Be cautious.
Oh, you're dead.
10 seconds.
You're still dead.
Nice.
None escape my fire.
I'll grab the bounties, please.
You face the
Oh,
flame.
just stop.
Bounty.
Take your leg.
Road is endless.
Bounty.
Hurry to the fray.
Can we kill LC?
All paths find serenity. Be ensnared in fire. You have no chance. Strike, 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 strike. A test of time.
Got him. Got them all.
Tip.
Can I shrine top?
Fuck. So, oh
Do some. Maybe you can wand and then TP over. And do that.
No, I'm fine.
Okay.
I don't need it. I don't need
Walk
mana.
a warrior's way.
shit. Get back.
A trial by fire.
Okay.
Your middle tower is under attack.
All action is reaction.
What the fuck? This guy sucks.
It must be done. Ash upon the wind. None escape my fire. Carry forth the flame. Rule imprisoned, freedom foretold.
Is he him?
What
Oh, man.
dangers lie
Funny shit.
here? I need more time. What must be discovered? Deceptive rune of invisibility. Balance in all things. A test of training.
Oh man, I should buy TP Scroll. Fuck. I could be ganking here right now if I bought
Not
TP
yet
Scroll.
time. The way is clear. On and on again. Destiny awaits us all. All paths find serenity. Come and learn humility. Denied.
What the fuck, man? How stupid is that?
Fear not the
Mine.
forest. Warm to the touch. Captured in the flame, the rune of regeneration. My image steps forth. Chained
You're
in
dead. And I still regen, motherfucker! Yeah, that's a perfect play.
without aid. I am not ready. Fire shall teach you. No path but through. I need more time. The road is endless. Be well, be swift. Harmony must be earned.
I'm here to kill LC and Dark Willow. Come on.
Tis not yet time. The starward flame flickers.
Go the way I planned.
Your middle tower is under attack.
It must be done. I am not ready. You will be sick. I shall teach you. I need
Put
more
me here.
time.
Alright.
Case in front of me.
Who's that scorching?
Oh fuck, I don't have mana. You're dead.
Toasty. The way is clear. This. Warm to the touch. Bounty.
I like to shrine bottom.
Flickers.
I use it. Good.
Okay.
All action is reaction.
Oh.
Yeah, this is way better than Ember Spirit versus fucking Monkey King from last game. A terrible matchup. Yeah, I thought Slark would be more pro, but I don't know, he didn't get his passive. It's a very fundamentally flawed decision.
You have no chance.
Oh shit. I don't have TP, this is bad.
Illion top.
Destiny awaits us all. What must be discovered? I need more time.
Yeah, actually, me forgetting to buy TPs this game is a pretty big mistake. Even if I'm 6-0.
I'm gonna go mid.
Prepare for
Careful, see him mid. Oh shit.
Lost within the maelstrom. A tool to teach.
Nice.
Be on your way.
Hey, let's kill CM and Ricky.
Be wary.
I don't have to.
Be cautious.
That's fine.
Guess you sit. Okay, let's go.
Captured in the flame. Come and
Back. I'm so low.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh, Jesus, man.
Tis not yet time.
No! Fuck!
Your middle tower
Oh,
is
man.
under attack.
What a waste of mana.
So hard to kill this guy.
Yeah, that's Raid King for you.
Get no TP.
Oh, my wand!
Shit.
Okay, we're gonna buy 3 TP scrolls.
Yeah, I can kill this one. Watch out.
I think I can kill them there if I had my Fairy Fire here. I would just need some few seconds for my magic wand. Holy shit.
Yep.
You will be seared. The flame.
Oh shit.
Balance in all things.
Red King had like dagger now.
Your end has come.
No. Fuck, man.
A test of training. A trial by fire. I'm not ready.
Game going top.
Need more time.
Game going top.
Oh shit.
Oh,
Be on your way. Prepare for a lesson.
oh boys.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Oh shit.
Ready.
Oh man. Oh man. Oh shit. See you later, Regia. Have a good night, bud.
Let's get this guy.
Yeah, I think if I had leveled Flame Guard a little bit more quickly and put down a second Remnant, maybe they'll all die there. Hey Roland, are you capable of reading?
A lesson in death.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I'm coming, I'm coming. Does he have Remnant?
No. Leave. I have mana.
Leave you.
Okay. Okay.
Your middle tower
I got you,
is
man.
under attack.
Thanks.
Paths find
Oh,
serenity.
all these.
Hey, I'll bottle you, okay? Come here, cow.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Road is endless. What plans never refuse go.
Your middle tower has fallen.
No path, but through rune and prison, freedom foretold. All action is reaction. Tis not
Dagger,
yet
dagger.
time.
Hey.
You have no chance. Tis not yet time. Destiny awaits us all.
Oh shit, he's dead. Oh, crazy.
flame lights.
Oh, get back, Venom, get back. Ouch.
Alright, cancel Slark's TP, bottom. He's stuck mid now.
Balance in all things. Who's that sporting? No pass. You have been schooled.
Thanks.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Let's use Shrine.
From ignorance sprouts insight. The road is endless.
Okay, I like that.
'Tis not yet time. Be wary. Be
Oh, let's see.
cautious.
Oh shit, he got
Oh
it.
man. That's okay.
Let's use Shrine.
Okay, I'm coming to the shrine.
It must be done.
Okay, let's go, bro. I got ult now.
We're gonna courier?
Burn forth, my friend.
Oh shit. Oh, one.
Come and learn humility. None escape my fire. I am not ready.
Go push.
Radiant structures are
Slark might have Shadow Blade.
Just lie here. What must be discovered? I need more time.
I go.
I shall teach you. Behold my searing chains.
Get back, get back.
Fear not the forest.
Back here, stick us here.
'Tis not yet time. The way is clear. I am not ready. Ignite the flame god.
The enemy's top tower
On
has
and
fallen.
on again.
Oh yeah, oh man, this is gonna be fun to use.
Mine. Hurry to the fray. I need more time. Harmony must be earned.
Daggers pull down.
Alright.
It's here.
I need more time.
Bye.
Alright.
Don't ulti on the guy. He's dead.
Nice.
Go play.
Serenity.
Oh man, oh god, this item is so fun and great.
Oh, see.
'Tis not yet time.
He's hiding, bro.
The flame.
Dead.
I am not ready.
The enemy's
Okay.
bottom tower.
Watch, can I get a tier 2 out of this too?
Yeah.
You will be seared.
I got access to you guys.
The stalwart flame flickers.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I shall teach you. I am not ready. Be well, be swift.
Oh, here. Where's...
What the fuck?
All paths find serenity.
Careful, slash
Enemy's
missing.
bottom tower
No
has
chance.
fallen.
Please.
Runes. Get the runes top.
'Tis not yet
Bottle me?
time.
Seeds of fortune.
Alright.
Flame lights the way. Rune and prism never refuse gold given.
Fuck, I bottled
The
myself,
stalwart
dude.
flame
Thanks.
flickers.
ED here.
What hands I have.
No kill bot. Got
A
dust.
journey without end.
Alright.
Warm to the touch.
It's probably still there. Somebody can TP top and get it.
A test of training. No path. but through.
Hello, I-Man.
None escape my fire.
Oh, he's here.
What dangers lie here?
Get around, bitch.
The road is endless.
They're going up there.
Let weakness become strength. What must be discovered? 'Tis not yet time. Destiny awaits us all. Approach. A trial by fire. Come and learn humility. The way is clear.
Here.
See it. Go, bitch.
Be wary. Be cautious. Haste. Your end has come.
My fucking farm!
Rune of double damage.
Oh, this is afraid of the LC, huh?
It must be done.
Hey, Deuce, I'm not sure that you should be afraid of LC.
All action is reaction.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
In all things.
Honestly, to me, I think if LC duels Medusa, then we win.
Fear not.
That's good.
the forest.
She wants that to happen, man. She's scared.
I am not ready. Harmony must be earned. All paths find serenity. Fire shall teach you. Everything lies. All action is reaction. What carry forth the flame?
No, I've never lost a game.
On and on again.
Don't even understand that question.
We get Roche soon, maybe?
Oh shit. Oh man. Oh.
An exquisite toxin.
Your words couldn't save you.
You need Lincolns. You need Lincolns. Who's man? You need Lincolns.
It's all me. Oh, nice.
Your top tower is under attack.
You face the
25 minutes.
Oh, these.
Ember fire. Who's that scorching fellow?
The seeds of
No
fortune.
path,
Not even here.
but through.
It's here.
Flame lights the way.
No, get back, get back, get back.
Turn forth, my friend.
Oh my! Oh damn it, dude.
A warrior's way.
He saw. Okay, he has a word there.
I need more time. Destiny awaits us all.
Fuck, I just blew my entire load
Fear not
on
the
nothing.
forest.
Yeah, Slark 100% has a ward here. There's a ward there, by the way.
Must be earned.
Yeah. Got the words.
I need more time. What must be discovered? The way is clear. I am not ready.
Can I have it? Can I have it? Can I have it? Oh,
No,
never mind. Skip
no,
it, skip it.
no, you have Blink Dagger, you have Shadow Amulet.
Yeah,
I have
yeah,
Bottle.
Balance in all things.
This fucking guy.
Be wary. Be
Oh, it's like-
cautious.
There.
My image steps forward. Tis not
Oh
yet
shit, what's
time.
going?
Face the flame.
What's our plan here? Do we want to try to Roche? What do we want to do?
Yeah, let's do Roshan. Roshan sounds great.
Oh, it's gonna be UNP.
Shall
One good SB.
The road is approach if you dare.
Well, I saw that coming.
Yeah, they got vision here.
It must be done. I need more time. Hurry to the fray.
NB. I'll see. What?
A journey
go, Roche.
without end. It must be done. You
Come on, dudes, to tank this shit.
will be seared. Your end has come.
The DD.
Destiny awaits
No,
us.
don't fucking grab that. Oh my god.
I shall teach you.
Takes me or you.
You.
Oh shit, I'm gonna die.
Roshan has fallen to the dark.
Flame lights the way.
You shrine.
On your way.
Never mind.
Not
Oh, TP.
ready. All paths find serenity.
Let me finish Valkyrie.
None escape my fire.
Let's push mid.
Yeah, I'm ready to push. In 150 gold.
Fear not. I am not ready. What dangers lie here?
I got smoke.
I need more time. No path but through. Harmony must be earned. On and on again.
Fuck.
I know. I am not ready.
Let's get the words.
The road is endless.
Hey, Slark might be here in a sec.
The stalwart flame flickers. Rune and never refuse gold given. A journey without end, warm to the touch.
New treasures.
What plans I have.
Can't fight them in long game.
Be wary. Be cautious.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Waste
Go mid.
your essence. What must be discovered?
Give me 1 second.
More time. Walk a warrior's way.
That real?
All action is reaction.
I got some
The way is clear.
aces.
The rune of illusion is captured in the flame on your way. 'Tis not yet time. Balance is things.
Where am I? Oh, there I am.
Wow. Super dead.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Not yet time.
Back out.
Yeah. Push. They got no skills.
It's 3v4 though.
You have Aegis, man. You have Aegis.
They're about to off you up.
Get the ult, man. You kill him. Oh shit.
Oh, my bad. Oh, I could use Remnant there, dude. Oh my god. I panicked.
Nice one, NP. Go.
Hi, doctor.
Oops. My bad. TM.
Yeah, I know. I panicked for sure.
LC's coming.
Oh, LC has eggs. Okay, so don't blow your cooldowns when she heals somebody. 33 to Aegis.
Right.
The road is endless. What must
Enemy's
be
bottom
discovered?
shrine has fallen.
'Tis not yet time. A journey without end. From knowledge comes skill. Walk a warrior's way.
Aegis is gone, so I don't know.
Look. Remember, he has eggs. Okay, he has eggs.
Nice.
Yo, motherfucker!
All yours.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, thanks, buddy. Good thing. I mean, I'm so glad I bought this plate mill. Whew. That was a game-winning plate mill right there.
Ow.
It must be done.
I get that frame. Come here.
My image steps forward.
Push. No WK.
Yeah. I'll be right back. I'll bottle you a bit, Earthshaker.
You
Hey,
bottle me,
Earthshaker,
come
don't get
back.
dueled. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wrapped in ember fire. Destiny awaits us all.
Who's being dueled? Is it me again? Oh.
Two little Lincolns. Ember.
Oh!
All paths find
Stones up.
serenity. 'Tis not yet time.
Over to my back.
Is clear.
See you later, dude.
It's dead. Oh shit. Ow.
I need more time. Going forth,
Whoa! What?
Get out, you guys.
Oh man, I missed that shit, dude. Oh, hella low, man.
Nice one. He's dead.
Oh yeah. Oh no! Get back. Okay, yeah, let's get back. Let's get back.
Wow.
Let's get out. I want to get out.
Grab about these guys.
Oh, I can put this down further range. Oh, shit.
Scotty the next fight.
Dude, he sounded like a fucking 7-year-old there.
and away I go.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I was really tempted to buy Mjolnir, but I'm like, nah, let's just fucking tank up. We don't need no fucking Lincolns.
Ready.
I don't care, Duel. And this LC, he helped me by buying eggs.
Carry forth the flame.
Alright, let me grab that. Woo! Hello.
What plans I have.
Rosh up.
Oh my god, yes. Let's see here. Oh, I need... okay, let's finish Mjolnir, and then we'll go for more damage. Woo! Oh my god. This build is great. There's somebody there?
Yeah, we're seeing.
Be wary.
Again, Rosh.
Be cautious. I need more time. You have no chance.
This LC, his plan the whole game was to blade mail LC, duel with me eggs, and it basically didn't work. Yo, give me the Aegis this time. When you take the cheese, okay?
You want to take the Aegis, I'll take cheese? I think that sounds good.
Yes. That's what I just said. Did it not?
Your shrine has fallen to the dark.
My image steps forth.
Nice.
I need more time. What must be discovered?
Oh no. Nice. You get a laser.
Hurry to the fray. Be ensnared in your place.
Oh my god, this fucking hero is so fucking fun!
Nice.
Tis not yet time.
Wow, just wow, man. This hero's fucking fantastic. Indeed! Indeed! Boom!
None escape my fire.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
No chance.
I'm lay down a sentry.
It don't matter.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Sure, that means to kill them more.
Woo! Oh fuck, I missed. Damn it.
Prepare for a lesson.
I wouldn't say eggs is core, but eggs is fan-fucking-tastic, I gotta tell you.
I am not ready.
Oh my goodness. Oh man. What a
Easy, guys.
great item on a great hero. Oh yeah. Wow, man. Yeah, to be honest with you, when they introduced Ember Eggs, I was skeptical. I thought it was interesting, but I was skeptical. Yeah, vote me MVP, thanks. Come on, team. Vote for your teammate. Yeah, I was skeptical. Fire 13. Poor Slark. Yeah, I was skeptical about Ember Eggs. I was like, I could get 2 more remnants and reduce the mana cost. Like, I wasn't sure. Like, the mana cost is good, but it's... How do I say this? I mean, you can go back to Fountain for free, basically, anyways. So it's not like mana cost is really an issue. And you still have to wait for recharge time for remnants, right? So you're kind of bottlenecked by that until you hit 25. So I was like, I don't know if eggs is that good. But then I fucking tried it and it's great. Hey guys, I'll be back in 1 minute, going to the bathroom. Do we need to ban you? Yeah, Ali, you must be like 13 and you think you're cool or some shit, right? Am I right, bud? Alright, I'm back. Hey, you're stupid and ugly. JK, chillax. Fucking dumb shit. You think you can just say anything you want and then just say, JK? The fuck? Fucking 13-year-olds. Hey, how many people do we have watching? We have like at least like around 200, 300 maybe? You think none of us speak Spanish, you dumb shit? Krishna? He's Indian.
Turn to ban. Five seconds remaining.
Alright. Oh man, Ember's so fun. What's the new really cool eggs, guys? So Lycant, if he gets eggs, each wave, 2 wolves will spawn randomly on one of the waves. And it just pushes the lane, and you can't control the wolves. Oh, DK. Oh yeah, right. I wanted to see the last dragon. Alright.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Can somebody play sport?
Your turn to pick.
Can I 3? You might want to play 3. Hopefully he can 4 and I can play 3.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
You want to donate for your hero? Ooh, yeah, get more magical damage heroes. With DKX, you get 30% magic resistance. Only in dragon form. Only in dragon form. What does this sentence say?
Your turn to pick.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Bluespan, why would you donate? Because this is what it says. Bluespan will play the hero of your choice for a minimum donation of $5 US. That is why you would donate. To play the hero of your choice.
10 seconds remaining.
Oh, I have a Pikachu. That was real shocking. Real shocking, wasn't it, guys? Hey, Merchful, I think 7.22 is interesting. I'm glad that all the heroes have eggs upgrades now. I'm not gonna say if it's better or worse, but it's just different. Wait a minute. You're not a carry Wraith King? Carry ha ha. No, I do need a Pikachu sound effect, don't I?
To pick.
How's this funny? I don't understand. I can go any lane, it doesn't matter. So the safe lane carry is faces void, okay. Let me go against the void. Wraithing, can you carry? Or should BH be core? What the fuck, man? Whatever, it doesn't matter. Yeah, we're gonna go eggs on this.
Dragon Knight. Who calls the Dragon Knight? It's as certain as
Prepare for battle.
This one is in the bag.
Eye against void.
Swiftly. Yes. We cross swords.
Do I want to go soaring this game?
This battle is in our
Soaring. Well, Deuce is gonna steal my mana. Makes sense to go. What? To be honest, I already built to go Soul Ring. Yeah, I forgot that. Okay, so we're going Soul Ring. We're gonna go Bracer. We're gonna go Wand. And then we're gonna start farming.
30 seconds.
Maelstrom or some shit. Physical damage.
The dragon wait. Yes.
The battle begins.
On your life. By the honor of the ancients.
GG.
One blade cuts deep. Compelled to battle. Of course.
Don't block it, don't block it, don't block it.
Is he Indian or is he Indian?
Forward. By my blade. Nay.
Denied.
I need no steed.
You think he might be Indian?
Dragon to the front.
Well, his name's also Krishna, so... Is that not an Indian name?
Compelled to battle.
Am I fucking farming or are you farming? Huh?
I need no steed. You'll need no go. Where you go? First blood. Onward.
First blood. They sing the song of
By the shield of Slayer. Dragon charge.
Oh fuck, which creep do I hit, guys?
I'll knock your skull. Powers abounding. Dragon Eye. Attack. The dragon waits. By my blade.
God damn it.
Yes. Not on my watch. Forward. Swiftly. Yes. This will only hurt a lot. Dragon to the fray.
Hey man, stat shield only probably good for like the first 2 minutes. I think once you have 1 level in Dragon's Blood, probably don't need it. You see, like, I don't even need stout shield. I barely use any regen already.
By the honor of the ancients.
Alright, thank you.
Attack. Onward. Dragon to the fray. Fire honor. Wormblade cuts deep. Yes. I'm under attack.
He runs faster. No, I run faster than he does. Ah, you're dead.
By the shield of Slayer.
I mean, I barely have to use tangos, you know? No need for stout shield.
We cross swords. Forward. Who calls the dragon? Dragon out. Haste.
Got him.
Of course. The dragon waits. Swiftly. I need no steam.
Oh shit. I'm dead.
Yes. Yes. Put you out of misery. Who calls the Dragon Knight? I'll Take that.
Wait, career.
Forward.
Mister.
The dragon waits. I soar higher. I'll knock your skull. I need no steam. Dragon.
Yeah, stout is completely unnecessary on this hero. Unless you're fighting, I don't know, some kind of a, I don't know.
By the honor of the ancients. Of course. One blade cuts deep. By my blade.
The fuck, man?
Onward. Not on my watch. By the shield of Slider. Swiftly. I'll knock your skull. Strong force, double damage. Dragon. I'm under attack. Dragon charge. Yes.
Diamond structures are fortified.
Oh shit. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Ah, boots, man. Buy boots. See you later, friends.
By my blade.
Wow.
Yes.
Shining bottom.
Fucking no TP, man.
The dragon.
Sorry, man. I had like literally 20 HP. I know. I know. I know. I know. That was amazing.
This will only hurt a lot. Swiftly.
Stop it. Mine, you fuck! What are you doing? Play 4! I am 3.
Swiftly. Onward.
Your middle tower is under attack.
The dragon waits.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I need no steed.
Damn it.
Yes. Who calls the dragon knight?
Radiant structures are fortified.
Of course. Yes. By my blade. Skill wins battles. Gold wins wars.
The enemy's bottom
By
tower
my
has been
blade.
denied.
Of course. Compelled to battle.
DK is fast? Are you kidding me?
Forward.
299 base move speed, dude. He's extremely average.
Dragon to the fray.
Runes.
The dragon waits.
Your middle tower is under attack.
All mine. Yes.
Maybe I should go Radiance.
Your middle tower is under
I'll either go
attack.
Radiance or I go Maelstrom. I don't know, man. I don't know. You gonna do me, bro?
I need no steam.
Go ahead.
Yes.
More gold for my word. Swiftly.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Of course. Onward.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Who calls the Dragon Knight?
Your middle tower has fallen.
Dragon to the front. Yes. I need no steam.
Your
No!
bottom tower is under
God damn it,
attack.
Wraith King. You know, that's fine. I'll go top. I'll go top. It's fine.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Does Void have Chrono?
Yes. Attack. I'll take that. Our shields shall clash.
Why did I not get stunned early? Stunned for what? It's basically a stalemate bottom. No one's killing anyone. I'm not killing the Pieces Void. He's not killing me. Bounty Hunter's not killing shit. So you're basically investing into a skill to try to kill absolutely nothing. That makes sense?
We cross swords.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yes. By the shield of Slyrim. Into a rage I fly. Fly by night. Steel wings bounds.
Dragon on dragon action? Wait, who's the other dragon? That sounds so sexual.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Rubik? Oh, right, that makes sense. No!
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Good job, Gaben. You fucking clever, dirty prick.
Our shields shall clash. Yes.
Okay, wait, I don't have one recipe yet? What's right there?
Swiftly.
I think I didn't buy a second one.
I need no steed. By my blade.
Hi Ian, thanks buddy.
Forward. By the honor of the ancients. This believeth Allah. My honor grows stronger.
That is very scary.
Compelled to battle. Who calls the dragon?
You know, I should use Breathe Fire, huh?
The dragon death has
I'm probably dead either way, it doesn't matter what I do. So if I had used, oh, it's 25% reduction? I thought it was higher than that. No, I was dead either way, it doesn't matter what I do. Runes? Come on, guys.
The dragon rises from the ashes it has sown. Of course. Bountiful. By my blade. Dragon to the fray. Dragons go. We cross swords. Attack!
Can you shove in mid?
I'll knock your skull. Forward.
Yeah, shove in mid. There's this big wave bottom.
Dragon charge.
Holy fuck.
Yes.
What's going on over there?
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yes.
Rubik's teleporting middle?
Of course. I need no steed.
Alright, buddy.
Onward.
The enemy's middle tower has been denied.
Like, you think I'm just gonna let you TP right in front of my face like that, man? Oh shit, my teammates are all dead. Literally all dead.
Compelled to battle.
Did you want me to use my boost of travel to get there? Yeah, that's what I fucking thought.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I need those steeds. By my blade.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Just try and find me.
Who calls the Dragon Knight? I'll knock your skull. Yes. Onward. Compelled to battle. I'm not ready. Not yet. Forward.
Okay.
Swiftly. Attack! By the shield of Slyrak.
Yeah, Dusa needs to die.
The dragon waits.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I'll knock your skull.
I'm getting a second wind.
Swiftly.
Fucking whatever. Let's get back. His teammates are coming. Yo, I'm leaving. I'm leaving. I'm leaving.
Of course. Dragon to the fray.
Runes? BH, grab bottom runes, please.
Yeah, that's right.
Come on, lightning. Thanks.
For the treasury.
Theophilus, thanks for subscribing.
Stupendous. Who calls the
Hi,
dragon?
Widho. Oh man, these are so powerful.
I need no sleep. Onward. Yes,
Medusa TP top tier 2.
of course.
Mjolnir.
Compelled.
What does Raking have? Oh, that's a great question. Oh.
Shields shall clash.
He has almost Radiance, and he went Midas, so he's aiming to win this long game. Oh, my mana.
By my blade.
Something happened with Medusa? I think she took my mana and she's all happy about it and shit.
Dragon to the fray. Yes. By my blade. Dragon to the fray. Trembling cuts deep. We cross swords.
Deuce is shading the void all? Oh, is that what happened? Oh, is that what happened? Oh, okay. Coming bottom.
Powers abounding.
Holy shit.
By the honor of the ancients. Sword.
Oh man, I need to help my team, huh? Fuck.
May the Eldwins carry you to rest. Dragon to the fray.
Your top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Compelled to battle.
Your top tower is under attack.
Not your skull.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen.
Yes. Swiftly.
Wow.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, I'm fucking dead. This is gigantic, man. It... How's Storm's farm? He almost has Orchid Kaya. Well, you know, we could have a worse scaling team, so I mean, it's not terrible.
I'm getting us. Oh, invisibility.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Whoa, what'd I miss?
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Do we wanna fight this?
Your bottom
Okay,
tower
I'm TPing to tier 2.
Touche.
He has Shadow Blade, remember?
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Escape the dragon.
Man, this is not good. And I fucking stunned a creep.
Attack killing spree. Compelled to battle. I fly.
Okay.
The dragon breaks. Soon. Who calls the dragon knight? Yes. Forward. Compelled to battle. Swiftly. I'll notch your skin
I'm leaving. I'm going top to farm.
by the honor of the ancients.
Wow.
Put you out of misery. Of course.
Someone getting Crimson on my team. If someone were to get it, it should have been DK.
Strength is victory. Yes.
And I'm gonna get, yeah, I'm gonna get Scepter.
Ah, a blink dagger. This never lived a lot. Onward.
I really hope they don't have ward here.
Who calls the Dragon Knight? Yes. Swiftly.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I need no steam.
Hey, Wraith King has reincarnation. I'm coming. I'm almost there.
Is under attack.
Yes. Fly by night.
Holy fuck, we suck dick. No, please. Oh, she's got even has eggs, dude.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified.
It's fulfillment.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower.
Honestly, I don't know if DKX is a good item for me to win this game now. The animal courier? This is 50% more corrosive damage. So how much is corrosive damage anyways? 20 damage per second times 5. So that'd be 30 times 5. So 150 DOT. And then you get 50% more splash damage. So is that multiplicative or is that additive? I mean, it sounds, you know, maybe we should buy it anyways.
Dragon wings. Mess with Doom, you get born.
Black Dragon has more damage. The damage is so inconsequential that you can't even say that it does more damage.
Our shields shall clash.
I think we lost this game, by the way. I don't think we can beat them late game unless Storm is just so powerful.
Your middle
But he doesn't have
tower
enough
is
farm.
under attack.
By my blade.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
Compelled to battle. Who calls the Dragon Knight?
Dude, don't use the skeletons here.
Compelled to battle. Dragon to the fray.
I don't like where this is going.
My.
We can go in. We can go back in. Oh, you really hate me, don't you, motherfucker? Oh, you fucking shit! Each strength is what? 20... How much HP do I get per strength? So what's... 87 plus... 87 plus 25 divided by 2,247.
Radiant structures are fortified. Roshan has fallen to the Radiant.
Oops. Did I do that right? No, I want the inverse of this. Okay. So that'll be 500 HP and 25 damage. Nah, let's get gold per minute. Yeah, I mean, we're basically trying to play the late game anyway, so the gold per minute is better for the late game.
Armor and dangerous. Onward. Wormblade cuts deep.
Oh, Storm, please don't die. Okay.
Swiftly. Of course.
Oh my god, dude.
A chance to redeem my honor. Yes.
Dire structures are fortified. The enemy's top tower has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
Yo, Wraith King, wait for your ultimate, man. What the fuck? Like, he has his ultimate in 10 seconds. Well, I lost either way.
Your middle barracks are under attack. Your middle barracks are under attack.
I'm over here. Can't escape the dragon. I need
Your middle barracks has fallen.
GG.
Your middle barracks has fallen.
Oh, time to play the blame game.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Oh fuck, it's Rubik.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen.
Whatever, I don't give a shit about this game.
Your bottom barracks are under attack. Your bottom barracks has fallen. Your bottom barracks are under attack.
I'm not gonna buy Blade Mail, by the way.
Your
Can't really
bottom
kill
barracks
Dusa. You
has
can't do
fallen.
shit about this. You know, I don't really like Blade Mail on super tanky heroes. Because if you imagine in a team fight, okay, so in a team fight, 5 versus 5, right? So you have the already really tanky DK. You have the Bounty Hunter, you have the Storm, you have the Undying, you have the Wraith King. Now, if you buy Blade Mail, who do you think they're gonna try to kill first?
Fallen.
Here I am.
I just want to get this eggs before this game ends. I haven't seen the Black Dragon yet. Oh shit. Yo, Samir. Buy Anti-Mage? Oh shit, should have done that. It's my 25. Double the Dragon Blood or plus 2 second Dragon Tail. 5.25 second? Or 2 times Dragon Blood HP regen. So I would have an extra 16 regen and 12 more armor.
Valor calls to valor.
That's. Yeah, stuns a little. Yeah, stuns a little bit better.
Dragon to the fray. Yes.
Dude. Nah, we just don't have a farm, man. Can't do shit. I didn't even see my Black Dragon, guys. What did it look like? I died so fast. Morning, Johnny. Oh shit. I can be Lena with Eggs Lance. You know they call it Dragon Lance? Good job, damn dude, I like your joke. Okay, since we didn't actually see the fucking DK Dragon.
A knight in dragon's armor.
Oh, cool. Very cool.
Prepare for battle.
So big and so black and so long. That is pretty damn cool. Oh.
By the honor of the ancients.
Once you go black, you can't go back. Not much girth. Axe is the best eggs in the game. Oh yeah, speaking of which, I forgot the eggs reduces damage, right? I didn't even know about that, because no one ever fucking buys this item. Cast Battle Hunger to be causes Battle Hunger to be an AoE ability and provides minus 30% damage output reduction. Suppose if you pair it up with 120 Battle Hunger DPS talent, might be good. Yeah, then you take 160 damage per second with a 30% damage reduction. I could see this being good against PL. Probably also against Dusa, yeah. If only one of us played Axe that last game. Oh, one sec. Okay. Can you try Black Dragon with DK Dragon Immortal? I don't have it. If you get 4 to 5 heroes with Battle Hunger, Axe is hasted for a long time. I mean, it's still the same movement speed, isn't it? I don't think it stacks, does it?
Your turn to battle.
The movement speed stacks?
5
I did not know
seconds
that.
remaining.
That sounds really good, actually. It's like you're hasted the entire game, but you're still capped at 550 or whatever it is, isn't it?
Your turn to
Can
pick.
I have support? I can support, or I can support.
Your turn to pick.
I'm gonna farm the off lane. Hex can be Sonic. No, but Bloodseeker and Slaughter apparently can.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Oh man, I had to play 5 or some shit? Ugh. Waste of my talents. I'm gonna play some Tusk, guys. Keep this game interesting. Or Treant. Also very interesting. Spearbreaker, very interesting. Support Broodmother?
Your turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining.
Alright, I'm gonna play Tusk to make the game interesting.
Your turn to pick.
I haven't played Tiny yet, but his egg seems okay. Seems like it does a lot of damage, but it's just not. Just doesn't seem that cool to me. I think if you pair it with like Black Hole or RP, it's probably really good though. Have I played with any TI players? Yes, many. Underwhelming? Yeah, that's what I figured. I think if you have like position 1 Tiny with like Magnus, it's probably really powerful. Like you get the RP and then you go in with the machine gun trees. It'll probably work, but it's kind of cheesy. Have I played the new TA? Yeah, played it yesterday. Check gift. Oh, Lulu Chan. Hey Namdota, did you see your TA eggs game yesterday? Oh, thanks, Lulu. Now my guy's not naked anymore. Put on some clothes, you decent motherfucker. Good thing you reminded me of this time though. I always get sets after the game's over.
Yeah. Yo. You don't know what I'm going through. You don't know what I've been through. Hustling is what I had to do to make sure that I have food. Making sure that we get.
Oh yeah, speaking of eggs. So it says you don't get secondary stats if you eat the eggs. What does that even mean? What is a secondary stat? Is it like, is it the HP, mana, and like 10 all stats?
Prepare for battle.
Is this considered secondary stats? Hi, Anka. Come on, let's go get first blood.
Tango. Who's carrying?
Ember Spirit's carrying.
I have one Tango. You picked Ember Spirit for fucking safe lane?
I'm sorry, I just get kicked. I don't know what happened with my internet.
You didn't pick your hero, did you?
Why does he have 2 tangos?
I did not pick it.
Let's hope your internet dies again, and then you get abandoned, and we get to leave the game.
Why, all 5 of us are down here?
I can say
30 seconds to battle.
Why would you not hope not?
Okie dokie.
Just leave.
Snowball. Why not?
God damn it! Where's fucking possible target?
Got it.
There's 5 heroes here, wow. It's crazy.
Yeah, I don't know why
The battle begins.
everyone is here.
Say so.
And I don't know why we just...
Who's ready for a fight? The first hit is free.
Who's in the offlane? What is going on?
Okay, I think we lost.
I say.
Why do you have 2 wards in there?
I put mine down
I
first.
just wanted to waste
Blame
mine.
Rubik.
I did it on purpose, I just wanted to waste mine.
Oh. Well, good job.
Thanks. Send faster.
Yeah, you guys are weird.
Oh, weird.
Snowstorms are coming.
She has 2 leaps. You can run at her.
Sounds like a good idea.
So weird.
This guy does he even know how to play Ember Spirit?
Onward.
See you later, Johnny.
The north comes with me.
Oh.
Beating her
boy.
up.
Yeah. Good to be good. You bet.
Oh no, my fucking first blood!
What is this?
Hey, kill him again. He's gonna get too much experience.
Intend to.
Come on, Ember Spirit, come here.
Here it comes. Here's return.
He has 1 leap.
Time to punch things up. You alley-oop.
Gangbanger! Yeah! Good job, Tusk.
Got it.
Up, Tusk. Level 1 or she level 2? The pros do it, so you did it. I suppose, and you gave him some gold.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Am I right?
Yes. I don't actually have no idea what he said.
Yes.
Back again.
Here, let me give you some.
You again, she
Sounds
says.
like a good idea. Snowstorms are coming.
Summer Spirit. Oh god. The Summer Spirit is. What are you doing, my friend?
Do we need to ban you?
Is he gonna ban him? Is this gonna happen?
Do I want to play this game?
I don't want to play this game. He's retarded. He just sits back like a fucking mongrel.
I think he didn't know how to use his chains earlier. Oops. Oh, he's back. Fuck.
Hey, buddy. Drone Slayer.
You know your shit. So play better, please.
Yeah, you hear
Just so
that?
you know.
We're talking
Play
great
better.
things about you, friend.
Shit.
Friend.
You're fucking lame. Because you're playing like shit.
Fudge there.
Yo, this Miranda doesn't even have any.
Whatever.
Yo, kill this guy. Kill Miranda too. Never mind, I just kill Fudge.
Nowhere. Let's see what you're made of.
Rubik, stop feeding.
You make a
That's a fucking.
What's Ember doing, dude?
Born having it.
Amber, help me.
Snowball.
Here, man.
Why not?
I'm fucking dead.
For me to farm.
Oh, indeed. I returned. I was not done.
Yo, let's kill this bitch.
Alley-oop.
The game, please. Nice.
Worth.
Got it. If you say so. Could
Oh, we can kill this guy. Come.
Yep.
Gold, I'm getting.
Oh yeah. I can go grab Rune's Spirit.
here.
Yeah,
Runes.
Calm down.
got it.
That dash? Did you see that dash?
Yes.
God.
Oh, you're dead.
Come here.
No. Hey, let's try and Wraith King. Just me and you.
Okie dokie.
Following you.
Yeah.
Okay, sniper.
Your middle tower is under attack.
If you say so.
The fuck is Viper?
Fight.
Fuck!
Really? That's when you use your fucking laser?
Came off cooldown, so I used it. Mr.
Oh,
Brown,
laser?
man.
Rubik? That's Rubik, not Tinker.
Hi, I'm sorry, dude. We get it. It's not laser.
I got the pew pew laser, sharks with laser.
I say.
I don't know, this is a good idea.
Yeah, sure. Snowball.
Get on.
Oh!
Oh, but.
Thanks, man. Good thing he didn't use his ultimate or anything like that.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Hey, can you guys
I
play
thought
better?
there was one more hero up here.
Hey, play better.
Yeah.
I'll have fun before we lose.
Having fun?
Having fun. Have a lot more fun if the Tusk was here. Where he
What
went.
does this fucking say, dude?
The North comes with me.
Alright, alright.
Why not?
That's like the old build. Nah, I think you go Slight against Marina, so you can dodge the Starstorm.
Yes.
Is that a
Your
Taric?
bottom tower is under attack.
Could be good.
Oh man, you give the vision. You give my position away.
Alley up. Time to brawl. Dusky.
Oh, sorry, Snailpoop. Sorry about that.
Again on Ember. Quickly, take this tower.
What the? He used Remnant again? Seriously, I play tons of Ember Spirit these days, guys. That's not efficient, you know?
I know.
Does he have Sunder?
Wait.
I don't care who he has, what he has.
Go, go, go!
Hey.
Send your bear.
Skeletons fucked him up. What the fuck? Those are so
That was a
OP.
great laser, man.
Skeletons are crazy. They could take tower by themselves.
The enemy's top tower
Pushing.
has fallen.
They're killed.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Pushing, they're too busy farming.
Yeah.
Two of them are bottom.
Rubik. Laser, let's get him.
Your bottom tower is under
Red.
attack.
Sounds like a good idea.
Dire
He's dead, he's dead, he's dead.
are fortified.
I'm coming,
Your
boys.
bottom
Don't worry about
tower
it.
is under
Are you a
attack.
pussy? Are you a pussy?
Holy nani!
Run! Run!
No, I'm not a pussy.
Viper.
Holy shit, yeah, that's a whole team though.
Oh, it's pussy time.
Stop.
Yeah, you're a pussy. I'm
Oh,
a pussy
everyone.
too. Don't worry, I will get runes. Feeders.
Oh no!
Hey guys, play better.
Got it.
Activate my ult.
Where'd you run?
Radiant structures are
I used my mana so I didn't waste my ult.
That's great, man.
School given. Yeah.
Little.
Double damage. I say. Yes.
Just following me around.
No sniper, do not steal my last hit, sniper. What
middle tower
Sniper
is
have
under
no
attack.
farm.
are you talking about? He's got a Midas.
Yeah, shoot.
Minutes in?
Your middle tower is under attack.
Sounds like a good idea.
Get 10 minutes to get 1600 gold or whatever the fuck you cost.
Farmed. He has a Midas, guard treads, and farmed. I don't know what you're talking about.
Man.
Yes.
You mean
Your
what?
top tower is under attack.
Come on, sniper, let's go. Come here, sniper. Are you a pussy? Are you a pussy?
Go.
Your top tower is under attack.
You're dead. I'm dead too.
Confirmed he's a pussy. Confirmed. Big fat pussy.
Sparring is done.
That was a terrible idea. Whose ever idea that was.
A great workout.
That was your idea.
I don't remember this.
Yeah, sure.
Get that fucking guy. Snipe his ass. You.
Alright, Wraithking, let's kill this guy, okay? Alright, but let's get 2 leaps. Alright. Go.
I have punches for much better.
Push him.
You betcha.
Go!
With my signature punch. Forward.
Cannot believe I
Nice.
didn't.
Pull my punches.
right there.
You cut out. I didn't hear what you said.
Sniper push.
The North
Oh.
comes with me. If you say so.
Go.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Oops.
Got it.
There's Ember in this game. I forgot.
Oh, what the fuck?
Snowball.
No!
Ember Spirit, boys. Come, you bitch.
I have my ult.
Come.
Go.
You keep saying you have your ult, yet you're running away.
Are you a pussy?
Fucking here. No, I'm right here, baby.
I am legend.
Meanwhile, I'm just gonna farm top.
I shall.
Push it.
Sam, you wanna have your ult and wanna keep running? We're not gonna fight.
There. What the fuck do you mean? I was getting us in position.
Why not?
She might not.
Did not go our way. Everything you say, Rubik, has been wrong this game. Like, you haven't said one correct thing. I'd shut the fuck up. Already.
Yeah, use your laser, Rubik.
No. Use my laser. Pew pew.
Let us fight.
The enemy's bottom tower is being denied.
Alright, I'll grab top runes.
Yep. Sounds like a good idea.
Oh, I don't have TP scroll.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Yep.
Your bottom tower has fallen. Radiant
God damn it.
structures are
Oops.
fortified.
Such potency.
Ice shard. Yep.
Got your back. Got your back.
What you doing? Okay.
Get him. Get him.
You betcha.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, come here, Ember Spirit. Come here. Ember, come here. Easiest kill of your life. Kill this fucker too.
Nina's coming.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Good to be good.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Shit.
Your bottom tower.
Anyone can help me? Oh, okay.
Hey man, we're pushing the tower.
Like, I don't know. You guys like objectives? What the fuck is this?
Got it.
That's what we did. Take the objective.
It's Dota.
Go, go!
No.
I'm coming with a snowball. Get him! Get him, Ember Spirit! Get him! Get him, sniper! Worth it. Hey, River, can you buy words? Thanks, man.
Sure, man.
Thanks.
Lady. Jagger.
I'm back. What did I miss? I have punching for you.
Boys, right here.
Fight. If you say so.
boys. I got Starstorm.
That's great, man.
Is that the real Pudge? Dagger. I'll smash his ass.
Yes. Snowball.
Not the real one.
Ah, that's the real one.
Look.
Oh.
You should bandage up that belly next time.
Bandage up that belly next time.
Oh, I see a haste right here. This could be so dangerous in the right hands.
Snowstorms are coming.
Or on the right legs, I should say.
Your top tower is under attack.
That's fake, that's fake.
That's the real Pudge right there.
Tally ho! I say.
Yo, man, I have haste, so I'm good.
This is bad. Who's in there like
Wait,
that?
what?
What the
Holy
fuck?
shit. Yo, man, your balls are way too big.
Balls of steel, I would say. What are you even doing all the way there? Sorry,
You know, Rubik, I think you should have used your laser there. He might have survived.
Maybe.
Your middle tower has fallen.
Why not?
Yeah, I was saying the wrong things. Quote unquote.
Your middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
You betcha.
Your middle tower is under attack.
High ground, boy. I'm coming hot. I'm gonna smash him.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Got him.
Smash him.
Push, the
One
push.
more.
Soul.
Yo, I can catch his Lena. I can catch Lena. Help!
Go, go. Catch him, catch him.
Under attack. Alley, you
Oh, I got. Oh, I got.
Motherfucker.
Get him, get him, get him, get him!
No, come on.
In the face.
Boots of travel over here.
Yeah, man.
Dead.
You should probably get that sniper. Like, illusions. Pew, 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 pew.
Snowstorms are coming. Got it.
What is that? Arrow?
Snowball. It's not time yet. You are going nowhere.
Well played.
The
Thanks, man.
enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Oh my god, he's so fucking angry at me.
Are we losing? Are we losing?
Man, I'm good. Is it real Terrorblade?
Dead.
Yeah, that's real.
I say.
Yeah, he's gonna butt fuck you.
Let's go.
See you later, friends.
Yeah.
But your friend just came to help you, and you ran.
Yeah, that's why I said see you
Middle
later.
tower has been denied.
Alright.
This should be fun.
Yo, Snail Poop, glad you like the save.
Deal.
Yes.
I'm done.
I'm coming.
Sounds like a
Fake
good
deal.
idea.
The real deal. Oh, somebody was doing Roche.
Yo, this is real Terrorblade.
Oh, that's real.
Come here,
That's
Amber.
real. That's
Come
real.
here. Come here.
Snowball.
Oh fuck, I hit the creep. Nobody saw that.
Oh,
Good to keep me coming.
go that formula.
Time to brawl.
Can I have this catapult, bro? Thanks, man.
Yeah, sure. some kind of a nice peek. You betcha.
Sniper's Farm doing? Get an MKB too, buddy.
Upward.
What?
Oh, nice save.
Whoa, 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 thanks.
Whoa. Commended.
The Lord comes. What did you do? Yeah.
No. Yes. 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 All of them except for Terrorblade for me.
Run to base. Keep pushing.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Don't worry about TP bottom. Don't worry about bottom. Okay.
I have no HP. Can you heal me? I think not.
Yes, I can. Back, you're back, you're back.
You betcha. Alley-oop.
It's a good save, man.
Sounds like a good idea.
Need to tax him.
Got it. Yep. My favorite. Yes.
Beam, man, laser beam.
Yeah.
There.
Got it. Snowstorms are coming.
Do some war.
Butterfly.
I say.
Sniper, you may need me on against the TB.
If you say so.
Deal.
No.
You snowball.
Shoot some storm at him.
Ow, fuck.
Why not? Let's just see what you're made of. Good to be good. Yeah, sure.
Deals have assembled in the middle.
Not there. Too far, too far.
Oh shit.
Ah, the thunder.
You betcha.
Oh shit.
Nice.
Yeah.
Go Roshan, go Roshan. No, Roshan easier?
This guy and his buybacks.
Sounds like a good idea.
Rosh, I got neither toxin. It'll melt.
I say we should trade
Regeneration.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Hey, Wraith King, can you... Never mind.
MKB, man.
The eggs. Right.
Roshan has fallen to the dark.
Wait, I got the scepter.
Your top tower is under attack.
Oh yes, ready for a comeback.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen.
Got it. Freeze. Okie dokie.
What? They have a gem or some shit? Sentries everywhere, what?
Why not?
Oh, sniper listens, it's good.
Big deal. It's a big deal. Oh, stop looking at it.
Yeah. Good to be good. If you say so.
Go for the fudge.
The North comes with me. Much better. Out of fight.
Not your
I say. Yeah, sure.
Runs.
Ice shot. Got it. Yeah. It.
Got him.
You betcha. Yep.
I want to get a gem. What do you guys think?
Keep it coming. Got it.
Oh my gosh, he's got a fucking... the item.
Who's up there? Holy fuck. Dude. GG.
Hey. He has BKB, okay? Guys, it's not a really good fight.
Okay.
Oh, let's get the gem back. You ready?
I've seen it.
Oh shit.
You've seen it. Hello, boys. I'm dead.
Just wait a bit. Just wait.
Radiant structures are fortified.
See, 20 seconds for meta. Okay. Yeah, we can wait.
They start without. Yeah, sure.
Liv, what the hell?
Yes.
Need more damage. MKB, man, they have fucking evasion.
Oh. That's Roshan timer.
Hey, stay high ground.
Sounds like a good idea.
Rubik, what are you doing?
Yo, hit this shit.
Hit it.
Yeah. Good to be good.
Aegis, just wait 20 seconds and Aegis is gonna expire. Okay,
The
thanks.
North comes with me.
Blade meal. Who goes in the front line?
Divine Rapier.
You bet.
Gunked. Gunked flying nuts.
Alright, we can fight now.
Yeah, sure.
Hey, Amber, can you push that bottom?
Onward. Snowstorms and snowball.
No more Aegis.
Yeah, sure.
The smoke.
Alright. I got the smokes.
Yep.
Come here for smoke.
You betcha. Got it.
Hey, we need to smoke like right now. Because like bottom's pushed out so far. They're gonna be
Got
split.
it.
Everyone except for Amber, okay?
Yep.
Come on, Wraith King. Stop farming, guys.
What the?
Let me dig it.
Invisibility.
Yo, 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 look! GG.
I have BKBs. Seeing you guys, we can push. Fucking no, I like.
Alright, what was it called there?
damage.
If you say so. Got it.
I
Your
mean,
middle tower
that's
is
nice and
under
easy to say, right? But I don't hear you making calls. You could have just been like, nope, I don't want to do that, but you were complicit.
I say.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Okay, you want to farm against their lineup?
Your
Sure, buddy.
middle tower has fallen.
Yes. You are out of your wit class. If you say so, my friend.
Go push. The Rex. Thunder, thunder. Nice hook.
Swagger, hook my Jagger.
Your top tower is under attack.
Oh yeah, did you make a call there? What was your call?
Yeah, farm.
Okay, so you basically reacted and did nothing and didn't make any calls, and you take credit for it. Oh, okay.
He's his fault.
Great leadership, man. I don't know why you think you're so good doing nothing. Okay, gotcha. You know what confirmation bias is? Is when you succeed and you think it was because of your actions when it had nothing to do with it. How about that?
There, sorry.
I'm gonna mute this guy. I don't know why he thinks he's so good.
What changed?
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
He doesn't know how to play Ember.
Get back, get back.
Alright. Sparring is done. We fight for real this time.
Hook has no cooldown.
Let us fight.
Fuck it. They still got the gem?
Attack.
Do they have the gem?
Of course.
They should.
I think.
Snowstorms are coming.
One right?
Well, we wiped them out.
Cozy cold. Get ready. Here I go.
So,
Onward.
Can we take Roshan while Pudge is dead?
that would be a good idea.
There's like 70% chances up. It's right there, man.
Oh,
Hey, is this a good call?
go, go.
Is this a good call?
Where's the
Can we do that,
Wraith
Wraith King? You want to farm jungle? Is this a good call? Yeah, Pudge is dead. You know, Roshan's up. Go jungle.
Oh my god,
Come on,
almost.
man.
Like the base.
The north comes.
What a fucking retard.
What a waste.
Right?
Your bottom shrine is under attack.
It's almost as if having a plan is better than doing nothing.
Your bottom shrine is under attack.
Yes.
Your bottom shrine has fallen.
You, dude.
Yeah, I hear him. What an idiot.
It's a fight.
Your top shrine is under attack.
Knuckles cracked and ready.
Your top shrine has fallen.
Time.
Holy shit, I'm gonna die.
Ah, my bad.
Holy shit.
Oh, well played, man.
Bag.
Got it.
Someone, get ready, boys.
Got it.
TB is hard, man. He has Sunder and he has and BKB. So we should go for like lean or something.
Yo, take the ward.
Snowball.
The TB, the TB.
Snowstorms and gusts. You bet you.
Oh Jesus.
No.
Oh fuck. GG.
Fucking MKB.
Your middle barracks are under attack.
I'm going to report this shit stain of a guy named Gonks.
Wraith King.
Your middle barracks has fallen. Your middle barracks are under
Good call, good call, man.
Your middle barracks has fallen.
Oh no.
Top tower is under attack.
Wait.
Your top tower has fallen.
No.
Your top barracks are under attack. Your top barracks has fallen. Your top barracks has fallen.
Yeah, you know, it doesn't change the fact that you're acting like a cunt and you're not working with your team. Boosie? You can't deal with Boosie Fox? So was Roshan a good call?
Your bottom barracks has fallen.
Oh, okay.
Hit by arrow, good call.
But jungling here was a good call. Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Now has mechanisms. Radiant structures are fortified.
They start to put out. Come here. Yes.
Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack.
The north
Your
comes.
middle
You know why? This is my Smurf, right?
Your engine is under attack.
Yeah, you don't trust me, just check my Dota buff.
Your
Oh man. No. GG, nice try. Report this Wraith King.
Axe trades in death.
The TV played so well, man. Hey Vladdy, thanks for subscribing. Oh yeah, I have this function. Toxic and whiny. Pretty sure most of us on Radiant are glad we won't play with you. Toxic. Dude. Good.
And everybody's asked questions now, like how much money you make.
Silly plays and humor, not mutually exclusive to winning Dota. I'm not sure what you're trying to imply there, Nam Dota.
So it's time that I quit my job, and I think it's time for me to hit the road. I can tell you stories about my life, and you'll say it ain't true. If it's all about the money, better watch what you do. I tell you stories about my life, and
motherfucker.
if it's all about the money, better watch what you do. And I know where to go, and I know where to go. Could tell you stories about my life, and
Your turn to
Okay, this is a sniper from last game. Okay.
5 seconds remaining.
if it's all about the money, better watch what you do. When you're coming up, they call you
Nam Dota, we definitely have different humor for sure.
Your turn.
You know, I think if you're gonna joke like that, you should make it very obvious, especially when you're typing text on the internet, right? It's very hard to tell if you're being sarcastic, unless you make it really obvious. Like you can type in /s, you can, I don't know, man. Like, but
10 seconds
you
remaining.
you have a tendency to be very salty, man. So.
5 seconds remaining.
And when I was younger, like 6-7 years ago, I was the same way. But nowadays, when I make a really salty joke, I make it really obvious that it's a joke, right? It makes everyone's life way better. Trust me. Glad you like the snowball sniper play, Snow Poop.
Other people that said I was lazy. What's up? When I was growing up, no one's showing up. What's up? I'm grown and now they start showing up. What's up?
Good advice, but hard to do, man. Colon, do you ever get angry playing Dota 2?
I can tell you stories about my life, and you'll say it ain't true. If it's all about the money, better watch what you do. I can tell you stories about my life, and you'll.
Yeah, if anyone here has never gotten angry with playing Dota 2, you are a fucking saint. I play every role.
Say it ain't true. If it's all about the money, better watch what you do. And I know where to go, and I know where to go. Could tell you stories about my life, and you'll say it ain't true. If it's all about the money, better watch what you do. Think it's time for us to hit the road. I really wanna make it home. Think it's time for us to hit the road. Time for me to make it home. Think it's time for us to hit the road. I really wanna make it home. Think it's time for us to hit the road. Time for me to make it home.
Yeah, that's right, Colong. We all get upset playing Dota 2.
If it's all about the money, better watch what you do. Could tell you stories about my life, and you'll say it ain't true. If it's all about
You know, Nam Dota, even though I snowballed that sniper to his death at the bottom tower there, I actually got him 2 or 3 kills earlier mid. Like me and him killed the Viper like 2 or 3 times mid. So him and I had a little bit of trust there. And if you uncheck allow help, that actually says more about your playstyle, that you generally don't trust your teammates. So a little bit of cynicism, don't you think? And besides, like, a lot of us had fun. Like Wraithing and I and Rubik, Wraithing at first, we were having a blast. You know, I was just joking, like, hey, let's dive. I'm saying when I say, are you a pussy? That means I think it's a good idea for us to dive. But I say, are you a pussy? So it makes it funny. We were all having fun. But I think you just don't like to work for your team. Yeah, I think maybe just a little too cynical, you know? You'll immediately involve your parents? What are you talking about, Kyle? Hi, Pyro. Hi, Voltric. I don't think I've ever built Vlad's sustain against Puck. So you're saying that I played Viper and I built Vlad's sustain against Puck? I don't think that happened.
Vigilance.
It's okay, Snowpoop.
Cowards.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I go Blink here. Like in this game, it might be good to go Blink to stop the Shadow Shaman from using Shackles. But we'll see.
No delay. Yes.
30 seconds to battle.
Onward. Guard well.
I'm dead, dude.
The deep ones return.
The battle begins.
Keep a lookout.
He doesn't have spin.
Ones, send me forth. Yes. To the fight. Look to the foe. Tell you stories of my life and you'll say it ain't true. If it's all about the money, no mercy.
Oh.
After them, you get nothing.
Oh fuck, I missed that last hit.
I'm on to you. In over.
They're rotating. I think all three of them are rotating.
Deep ones guide.
How do you guys want to play these lanes up? Because Slaughter can beat Tide in lane. I'm not too worried.
On their You're in deep water.
I just need my passive. I can beat this guy.
Attack. No delay. Treasure for the deeps. On guard. Illusion. Vigilance.
Yeah, you can have bottom if you want.
To defend.
I'm doing well against Tide though.
Keep a lookout. Go. Yes. Onward. Yes. To the fight.
Are you fucking kidding me? He had boots?
Deep ones
No, he doesn't.
guide me. After them. Face me. No mercy.
Here? They kill him here?
To the foe.
Are you fucking kidding me, man? Oh my god. Okay.
You're in deep water. Patrolling. Guard well.
Hey Kolong, do you know what a backhanded compliment is?
Look to the foe.
Let me teach you, okay, since you don't know. So Kolong, I can say to you, hey Kolong, you're a really handsome guy, even though you're really short. You see how I said that you're handsome, but then I insulted you by saying you're really short? That's exactly what you just did.
Onward. Yes. A soldier's fortune. Keep a lookout. My power grow to the deeps with you.
His name means under the bridge. So that means he's a troll?
No delay. Coward.
Oh, hey Pudge. Yeah, I see.
Patrolling. I
What the fuck? My guy stopped moving.
deep ones guide me. Yes.
What the fuck, man?
To the fight. In over your head.
Hey Varun, did I say something wrong? So when I said that he... One sec. So when I said that he makes a backhanded compliment, was I wrong?
I rush to defend.
No man, Varun, I had problems with you earlier too, man, so... Is it that I'm sensitive, or is that both of you are a little bit low in social skills?
Not yet.
Tell you what, Varun, you try that. You try saying the same thing he said to a girl. Hey, Brittany, you're a very beautiful girl, except your nose is too big. Try it, man. And then when she gets upset, you'll be like, whoa, 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 don't be so sensitive. Try it, man. See what happens.
Dire's structures are fortified.
It works. You're single. I can guarantee it.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
the fight. Patrolling. No delay. Upon the time. My deepest sympathies. Face me.
Nice. Thanks, man. Oh shit! Oh, I wasn't. Oh, oops, my bad. Hey, Yoga, glad you like the interface. Married and you still okay with backhanded compliments. Okay, so you know what that means, man? It just means that you're married.
I return.
Oh, sick. You're married, but your social skills are still lacking.
Look to the foe.
If that's even true.
After them.
Okay.
Guard well. I rush to defend. I'm not ready. Go. Mercy. Of duty.
Regeneration.
Yeah, we got the tie, and he used Ravage. Yeah, that was really good. Yo, I can bash this guy. I'm coming, I'm coming.
Mid is missing.
Keep a lookout.
Nice.
Patrolling. It's not time yet. Look to the foe.
We can kill Jug again.
On their tail.
I'm gonna run a Jug. Come here, come here, come here.
It's not time yet.
Oh shit, I missed. My bad, my bad, my bad. Oh shit! Who's got balls? I've got balls. Whew. That was interesting. Good fight.
Dire structures are fortified.
Back to light and air.
Oh, what the? I miscalculated it. Oops.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Vigilance. To the deep.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Cowards. In over your head. No delay.
My items.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh, Pudge is here. Care. They have wards and Pudge, so a little dangerous. Yeah. Back it up just a bit.
I go.
Where's my item? What the?
Have TP.
There you go. We have Ravage.
Just fight on their tower.
Yeah, I think tower's better. Yeah. Let's see if they dive me.
Shiny as souls. No delay.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Look to the foe.
No, that Shaman's got his full combo.
Is under attack.
I rush to defend.
Piped up.
Oh man, no, I'm not strong enough. Oh, 4 for 3.
Your top tower is under attack.
Oh fuck, his thing reset! Oh man.
Your top tower is under attack.
Well, they couldn't take the tower, so.
You're in deep water. Yes.
Oh fuck!
On their tail. Yes.
Why not Mask of Madness? Why not Divine Rapier?
Attack.
Your middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
To the fight.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Alright.
No mercy.
They're pushing bot.
Okay. I'm gonna TP bot in like
Onward.
after I farm 20 gold.
Look there. After them.
I'm coming right now.
Yes. Not yet.
I'm coming. We can keep.
Chase.
Look.
Alright. No! You fucking bitch!
Truly SS. Done.
Hey Kyle, here's your answer, okay, man? Hey, get out from my mind. I still don't know the answer to that question.
Your top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen.
The deep ones.
Keep pushing, they got no ravage.
On guard. Attack. I'm not ready.
Yeah, in terms of slaughter itemization, hold on, let me explain. So I understand when you guys play slaughter, most people, they think the same way. They're like, I get a bash every four right clicks. You know, I'd be really good, really fucking good on slaughter. Attack speed. Can't get away if I just fucking right click the shit out of them. Nope. I understand that, honestly, I do. But it's not what you always want to do. Like, I mean, like the perma bash right click build, yeah, it can be powerful, right? For sure. But like, it's not something that you really need to build every single time.
Room stop.
I'm not buying Blink.
Soldier's fortune.
Is that a real Pudge?
I go.
What was that?
No, it's not even real. Is it real? No.
I rush to defend.
Okay.
To the fight. Guard well.
Oh shit.
Farm the wards.
No total spawnage.
Your bottom tower is under
To the
attack.
foe.
Dire's structures are fortified. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Oh shit.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
Mercy.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Take hanger.
Alright.
No ravage.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire structures are fortified. Your top tower is under attack.
You're in deep water.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen.
Where's my fucking regen? Okay, there it is. Let's get back. Oh shit, they have Dusa. Oh shit. Oh shit, she's dead. She's dead. Oh shit, she's dead. Okay. I'm going top of the farm.
Your top tower is under attack.
Wait a minute, they might do Roshan, huh? Nope, not smart enough to do Roshan.
It's not time.
Yeah, they should do it.
Your
Give up mid.
middle tower is
Just
under
walk away from
attack.
mid.
Your middle tower has fallen.
Increases.
Your middle tower is under attack.
If they're split, we might be able to catch them if they're split. Yeah, I'm gonna run like this. How's that?
Not yet. Keep a lookout.
I think they're gone.
I rush
Okay.
to defend.
I will run like this.
I go. No delay.
Get the Shadow Fiend.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
To the fight.
I'm coming. I can probably catch him.
Slither.
He's TPing right here, I think.
Not yet. Not yet. Yes. I'll do it for a thing. Once guide me. Keep a lookout.
Hey, I'm gonna grab the top runes.
I rush to defend. Not yet. A soldier's fortune. Yes.
What the? Holy shit. Ravage used. What's cooldown on Ravage, guys? 150, right? So 20 is your new Ravage. Yeah, I think that Tide really hates me. I think we might be able to do Roshan.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
Never mind.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
With you. Attack. Mercy.
I'm coming.
Go for it. Fucking Roshan hitting me.
Oh, my Sanjin Yasha. Fuck, man. I think I can survive if I have Sanjin Yasha there. Courier is so close.
Roshan has fallen to the Radiant.
Hey, Deuce, get back. What's my next item, guys.
Soldier on. On guard.
BKB? I don't know about that.
I'm not ready.
Depends on Shadow Fiend's items. Okay. So he has Butterfly.
Time yet. To the fight.
I think we can get ready to fight bottom.
They got Aegis, dude. Don't fight.
They have one shaman over here.
Guard well.
Yeah, so they have 2 over here. So 3 at most over here.
He's alone, he's alone.
Oh, what the? That's not even real one.
Radiant's turret has been killed.
Ult him, ult him. Ult the ass off. I need to go.
Not yet. Deep ones guide
I'll ban this guy.
to the fight.
Is that real? Oh. Wow, so fucking ambitious, dude.
TP. Let's go push.
Shiny as soul.
Take the haste.
Alright. No, I'm not buying PKB, dude.
A swift current. I go.
That's fine.
Yes.
Radiant structures are fortified.
We got no ravage. Take the Rex, the Rex, the Rex.
Oh, maybe too ambitious. Ah, too ambitious. Oh, I should take the river again. I keep forgetting to use the river to my advantage. Here, I'll grab bounty runes and you're gonna have buyback.
Guard well. A soldier's fortune.
Your top tower is under attack.
Deep ones guide me. I rush to
Your
defend.
top tower is under
They're gonna
attack.
make us.
Dire's structures are fortified.
I can grab this DD, you can probably fight.
That won't happen again.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
Don't get wiped out, just give the mid Rex.
Alright.
Just give the mid Rex.
That's
Don't
fine, that's fine.
wiped
Get
out.
back then.
What? Don't die, MK, don't die.
I'm not ready. Not yet.
Don't die.
What the fuck?
Told you, don't die.
Ah, easier said than done, buddy.
You're real nerd. I'm gonna plant them, okay?
Uh-huh.
Your top tower has fallen.
Oh. Try to push mid.
To the deeps with you. Yes. Onward.
Come on, gonna need a bloodlust.
It's not time yet.
Let AA defend.
Patrolling.
No ravage. Let's go.
To the fight. On their
I think this is good. Oh shit.
Kill Jug.
Oh my god, man! Fuck this Pudge!
That's up. Well played, boys. Forza!
But it's just a fairy tale. Fresh meat!
Am I gonna make full damage build?
Of course, need a force staff.
I don't even have a single damage item, man. How can I make full damage build? None of these items are damage build items at all. Nah, Dusa has buyback. We can defend this. Hey, Dusa, I think you have to buy back.
Yeah, I know. Let's go. Bloodlust me. Ogre, come on.
Your top barracks has fallen. Radiant turret has been killed. Your top barracks has fallen.
with strange eons. Even death may die. Look to the foe. Keep a lookout.
Where the fuck is... Where is he?
Not ready. Deep ones guide me. And over to hand. To the fight.
My favorite customer.
I
Yeah, we can't let them take the next Roshan.
Guard well.
Words, please.
Yes.
Hey guys, I'm so scared of Roshan. You guys need to be... Come.
Not yet. Onward.
After, kill the after.
No delay. I'm not ready. I rush to defend. Not yet.
Let's hope Roshan is up.
Yeah, let's do it. Hey, we still need wards.
I'm not ready.
Yeah, he's up. Stun Shaman. Can you stun Shaman for me, please? GG. They got so much vision.
Boy, fresh mate.
Roshan has fallen to the Radiant.
Dude, that Pudge is actually doing so much work. They smoked.
Yes. I'm not ready.
I'm alive in 10.
Doesn't matter, man.
Oh
GG, nice try, guys.
Barracks are under attack. Your bottom barracks has fallen. The enemy now has mega
No, I mean Lincoln's it's just different. I'm not sure if Lincoln's is good or bad, it's just different. It just changes how you play the game.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack.
GG, guys.
Your middle tower has fallen.
Resurface.
Your ancient is under attack. Radiant victory.
Oh man, that Pudge landed so many crucial hooks.
Into the bottom.
Oh man.
Axe is a cutter bomb. In with the tide.
Actually, Pudge deserves MVP. Okay, I think I play 1 or 2 more games, guys. Yeah, we're gonna play another game. I know you. Hey, Dina, I know you think that Shadow Shaman is MVP, but I'm not so sure about that. Like, remember, it actually takes. I wouldn't say that it takes very many skills to Hex and Shackle. Like, it's a very, very simple skill to use either of those abilities. Whereas, like, this Pudge, he landed some really crucial hooks. But yeah, when you see someone disabled by shackles, you probably think to yourself, oh, he's so annoying, right? But it's not necessarily because of his skill. It's just the nature of his ability that he's really annoying. Alright, Namda, we can play. But you gotta give me your ID right now. I don't value the instant initiation. So I understand that a lot of people used to buy Blink Dagger on Slaughter, but I don't value that item anymore. So Slaughter's Crush is 1 second now, right? Like 1 second AoE stun is so small, you know? Like 1 second is just and it's gone, right? So it's, I mean, Blink Dagger would have been useful to stop Shaman's shackles for sure, or Pudge's Dismember. And you could play around it. Like you could definitely make Blink Dagger work in this case, right? But if you notice how I play this game, did you notice that I always run in first? So actually, I really want to buy eggs on Slaughter, right? Like it seems like a fun item, right? So which is why I paired it up with the Sanjin Yash and also eventually the Satanic. So actually, I want them to hex me. I want them to dismember me. I want them to shackle me. All of that was completely intentional. So I mean, if they're already dismembering me or hexing me and using all their shit on me, right? Then what is the point of Blink Dagger, right? Like Blink Dagger, I can't. I mean, I could maybe stop Shadow Fiend from using his ultimate, but at the very same time, I just run the Shadow Fiend and I just right click him. So I mean, you don't always need the instant initiation capabilities. It's just a different style of play, you know? Yeah, I was just stacking stats resistance. So if I had managed to get Satanic, let's see. So status resistance would have been 0.7 times 0.6 times 0.84. Okay, let's just calculate that. You want the inverse of this, by the way. So yeah, I would have had 65% status resistance. So let's just say 2/3. And that's really powerful. So as an example, if Pudge hooks me and then I actually get the Slithereen Crush off, and then he dismembers me, right? So imagine that I have the Slithereen Crush and Pudge dismember me. So rather than a 3-second dismember, it would have been 1 second. Like, and I want, and it's over. Just like that. And I want, and it's over. Same thing with Shadow Shaman Hex, right? So Hex is like what? Close to 4 seconds? 3.5. So basically the same thing. So you count and a 1 and it's over. The hex is over. Shackles, I'm not really sure. I can't remember which talent he took, but Shackles would be just a little bit more than 1.5 seconds. So he starts shackling and a 1 and it's over. So rather than go BKB Blink Dagger or something like that, right? I just want to buy the eggs and try this and just run in first. Right? You want to absorb all that stuff. Too much disable? Yeah, they have lots of disable. So I mean, my course should buy BKB, and I'm actually trying. I'm trying to take the disables. So if you notice, I always run in first, right? Basher doesn't work on Slaughter or K-Gaven.
Your turn to ban. Five seconds remaining.
Hello, Vineet.
Your turn to pick.
English only, thanks. I don't party with 99% of people, man. Slaughter isn't a good hero in my last match? Excuse me? Slaughter is not a good hero? So I was 6th pick. Hey, Aditya, I know that you have a theory, but I'm going to challenge your theory, okay? So, if they have Pudge, Shadow Shaman, and Juggernaut, you have to look at the pick order, okay? So, they have Pudge, Shadow Shaman, Juggernaut. Slaughter lanes well against Juggernaut. Slaughter also doesn't care about Shadow Shaman or Pudge, so Slaughter is a good pick against these 3 heroes. And at that time, we had, let's see, we had Ogre, the AA, and I was the 3rd pick on the team. So Aditya, with keeping in mind picking order, would you still say Slaughter is not a good hero? Remember, Slaughter lanes very well against Juggernaut. Because if Juggernaut tries to spin at Slaughter in the laning phase, guess what? I just press Guardian Sprint, and then he does 0 damage with his spin. And if this Juggernaut runs at me, just right click him once, I bash him, right? So Slaughter was a good pick in the laning phase. Slaughter is very good against Shadow Shaman and Pudge. So, you know, have you considered that?
Your turn to pick.
So we need right click here.
To pick.
Is this a normal match? In a ranked match, you can see ranks, right? You can see medals like Ancient, Legend, Archon, whatever. You cannot see that in unranked games. Hello. Welcome, Binaj. It's your first time. I see that you have a Pikachu profile picture. I also like Pikachu.
It's in the man's true sorcery.
Prepare for battle.
Such tedium.
Oh, you guys can't see it? Oh, one sec.
I'll keep it in mind.
I don't know why you can't see the screen.
Left hanging. Friends,
You were left hanging?
No, the Invoker was.
Oh.
I don't know why you guys can't see it.
I thought I left you hanging.
Thither I go. Forthwith.
Hold on, let me just restart Dota. Let me restart Dota. Yeah, I see what you guys see, okay? I see that. There you go, now you guys see it. Is this gonna be last match? Maybe, Colon.
"30 seconds to battle."
Yes, English only, please. Thanks.
Planetfall on this team.
Hey, friendly reminder. If you're toxic, you're getting banned.
You don't contest this. I'm gonna wrap around though.
Understood, Tushar?
Alright, let's go.
Do you want shield this game or blast?
The battle begins.
Thanks, Ian. Hello, Hassan.
So begins a new age of knowledge.
Good question. I don't know.
Yes.
Just hold on to it. Till
Yeah, I will.
I'll keep it in mind.
I've never done LC into Nyx Centaur before.
I'm well aware of it. Denied! The learned one strikes. An honor to fight me. Profitable engagement. Well away. Concentration.
She has no regen. We can harass her really easily.
Careful. There's a ton of creeps here, so I don't really want to go with you.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh shit. He has one soul only? Huh. Seems like he got more. It's odd.
Tis tedious. I'm under attack.
Let me know when you want me to play. Not now.
Forthwith. Demised. Thus and so.
Thanks, Dina.
Ill luck upon you. What from the arcanery? As needs be. Khalid's most cunning fabrications. This bores me. Is my arcanery. I am committed.
By the way, pulled me a good time. It's too late though.
Yeah.
Maybe I haven't tried it. I think you can go sideways with this camera.
With speed.
Let's see how long. Yeah, I think that.
Onto battle. Who threatens my concentration?
She has no regen. We'll be okay.
Tis non-cupatory.
You're not mana, you screwed it.
Behold, ally from north.
I'm going for it.
Such first blood. First blood.
First blood.
So
cool.
Oh fuck, I'm dead.
Oh,
Oh shit. Oh no, 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 no. Oh, that's sad, man. Got too overconfident there.
Forge spirit. Not yet.
Oh, almost.
From the great.
You're level 3. What is this? I knew he was gonna do it.
Fine. Over yon. I'll not be interrupted.
We can go.
It's all the same to me.
Oh shit! Fucking
How'd you
creeps.
die? I don't understand.
The creeps, the ritual creeps attacked me.
Why is there... How did that strong?
Avowedly.
It's just... What?
I have no idea.
Ravagers of armor and will.
Actually getting the room.
This bores me. Witness true sorcery. I'll keep it in mind. Such tedium. The bliss of comprehension. Mindfully.
Go for it.
Exhort, cross exhort. Thither I go. Spherical sorcery. Of course. Unto battle.
If you've got Janata, I can stop it.
Ravagers of Mercury abound.
Just get these last hits.
Over yon. Well away.
You can do it.
Fine. You dare fight me?
Dude, get some more regen. Oh, you're.
Spirit.
Let her push the wave and we'll be up.
Away hence. Witness, behold.
God damn it, man. He's really scared of the Sunstrike.
I proceed. How fragile you are. Forthwith.
It's my bad.
As needs be. So it is said. Enlightenment stands ready. Orbs light my path.
Oh, he's got a double. Oh my god! Oh man, I was like 3 mana short for my combo.
Thus and so. Avowedly.
Nah.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Careful, he's got a lot of
Radiant structures are fortified.
I'm fine.
help. I can duel.
My name shall live on.
Easy one. Hopefully.
Yeah, why would I want to play with you?
With my return, the cosmos is restored.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Concentration. A spell. Khalri's most cunning fabrications. Down I go.
You have got to be kidding me. Get that. Come on, there's only 2.
Plucked.
Okay, good job.
The profundities are mine to ransack.
We should go on this
Fight
guy.
me.
Maybe. Yeah, they're level 5.
Spherical sorcery.
We're totally fine there. I'm gonna duel soon.
With speed.
Go on next.
Get these runes, guys. They're important.
We should kill. Yeah. We should kill Centaur again before his little.
I'm ready.
You fucking grab the regen.
He gets this whole wave, so.
Concentration.
Hey, next time you see Rune, ask me what I want to do with it, okay?
I proceed.
As soon as we know where the real one is.
I'm talking to you, Lulu.
Echo.
Okay.
Such team arcane known only to me.
Centaur is jungling, I guess?
Of course.
Yeah, easy. Didn't you make some dumb comments yesterday? Pretty sure it was you, right?
Yes.
Holy fuck. Let's kill this Nyx. Okay. Nyx used
as
Keep getting these last hits, man.
knowledge is power. Unto battle.
Yeah, he's there.
Well away.
Let's go on him. Watch out for the
Machinery thrives. A charming.
Hey, LC, every time you duel, ask for Sunstreak.
I am committed. From the
fucking
time yet.
kills.
Thus and so.
Your top tower is under attack.
Over yon.
Dude, he's like he's 3 levels higher than me. Holy fuck. I need to get all those levels.
This bores me. Away hence. Experience true swiftness. An honor to fight me. Avowedly.
Centaur is jungling, which is why Nyx is being cautious.
Thither I go.
I think if you guys run up to him, you can probably just combo them together. I can Sunstreak.
Bastard's mandate of impetuous strife. Well away. Thus and so. Exhort Tricolor. Over yon.
Come on, one more Janata. That's all
Shadow
we
Fiend
need.
heading bottom.
My mind.
Detection.
Fine. Pretty. Arcane. Only to me.
You coming, Invoker?
Nope.
Of course. I'm under attack. Let's walk. Unto battle. Avowedly enlightened. Stand. See. Exalt.
I'm coming.
A rich tradition. Athwart my path. Witness true.
Fisher? Fisher? Fisher?
Your top tower is under attack.
Tornado.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh my god, I'm lagging.
enemy's tower is under attack.
Holy, what a fight.
Middle tower has fallen.
Ooh, that was a really good fight.
Nice job, guys.
Nothing personal. This will do nice.
Can you guys get top rune, please?
Do I need to ban you?
What I was about. Such teamwork. Words of power.
Your top tower is under attack.
Attack.
These ones aren't real.
I'm well denied. My constant experience true swiftness. I will not be interrupted.
Nix's Vendetta.
Because I don't want to.
Going mid probably. Maybe to me though.
As needs be. Forthwith.
Careful mid.
A charm. I slip from sight. With speed. Plucked from the arcane. I am committed.
Dire's structures are fortified. The enemy's top tower has fallen.
You dare fight me?
Careful, Lich. Let's go help Lich out.
Knowledge is power. An incantation.
Oh my god.
Yes. Sing one of my favorites.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Cause for my enemies to dwell on me exclusively. Thither I go. Behold. I proceed. I'll keep it in mind. So it is said. The learned one strikes.
Guys, let's go harass this Naga.
Oh, thank you so much, Lulu.
You're welcome.
Away hence. Orbs light my path. I am
Oh god. Oh my god.
Was there a bounty on me?
I call my rule.
Alright, let's all play a little bit safer.
Your bottom tower is
I
under
don't agree.
attack.
We should be more aggressive, but that just
Man, your logic is so bad. Chickens
situation.
aren't birds either, right? Also, yeah, you either subscribe or you don't, man. Don't let my win condition be some kind of reward that I desperately need.
I don't want to fight it just yet. go for it. We can kill this Naga, guys.
Mindfully.
Chicken isn't a bird, it's a chicken. Are you fucking 12?
My mind is God's mandate of impetuous
What
strife.
happened to Lulu?
Okay, then just sub.
Luckily, Nyx bought BKB, or excuse me, Midas. So easy Nyx.
If that's the worst joke you've ever heard, you haven't heard many. Hey James, do I need to ban you? I don't like cunts in my stream.
Okay, I'm back.
There you go, Binaj. Thanks for subbing.
Why, thank you. Ill luck upon you. Who threatens my concentration? True spherical sorcery. Such tedium. Yes.
There's 3 bottom.
Yep.
What the man? I can't put down my clarity.
Should have been moved out of the bottom.
With speed.
Back, 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 back. Sounds good, Binaj.
What happened bottom?
Centaur and Shadow Fiend used their ults. Shadow Fiend has Yules.
We should back.
What does he have?
Back up.
Oh, he's a Yules ult. Take a start.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Behold pretty. Nigh unto death. Hearken unto me.
We should use this PKB
True swiftness.
with a smoker.
I will not be interrupted.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Exhort Trisolar.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Holy shit.
Where the fuck is the team?
They've got to have vision.
Of course.
That was my bad. I should have known the only person I could tap is
Tower is
Enigma.
under attack.
Not yet.
They have no black hole. We should definitely fight.
Your middle tower has fallen.
Mirolt's Hindergast.
Your middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Your middle tower
Use chain
is
for us
under
as soon as you
attack.
can.
Your middle tower has fallen.
Fury abounds. Claws of Tornos. Well, a prostrate sorcery.
The fuck?
You guys should really touch them.
Perturbations. True arcanery thrives.
Oh man.
We should. Can we fight, please?
So mooted.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
You dare fight me? This spell, one of my favorites. Harmix incantation. Stand ready.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I might be able to catch this Naga.
Has been killed.
My foes are all
Is under attack.
exhort Trionis. I proceed.
Wow.
I think
Here,
your
bitch.
positioning is very greedy right now.
As needs be.
Can you grab this one?
This bores me.
This will do nicely.
Well-gotten gains. I'll keep it in mind.
You know, they're both important, right?
No matter.
I think Naga was going to be hanging out in the base the whole time that we were pushing the tier 2, but we didn't do that. Like a Naga in their base is not a useful Naga.
Well away.
Hey, let me think about it. A Naga in their base is not a useful Naga.
Of course.
But he could just TP and go here and then push all the other lanes. You don't know that. Okay.
Ill luck upon you. This bores me.
Looks like most of them are bottom.
Fine. Dagger of the mind.
I see. Don't worry. I'm being top.
Athwart my path. Yes. With speed, runs up.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Strike.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
Good smoke soon.
Dire's structures are fortified.
TP here, TP here.
Oh, Jesus.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under
High ground.
attack. The enemy's top tower has fallen. Your bottom tower is under attack. The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Get this Rax, guys.
It's a fucking pulse. You can't do that. It's a fucking pulse. You guys are fucking retarded. You guys all need to get out. You can't stand the fucking pulse. Going bottom.
Your middle barracks are under attack.
Fucking hate stupid plays.
Your middle barracks are under attack.
Will answer for this injustice.
There we go. Nice and peaceful. Fuck. You realize I'm an immortal player, right? The fuck, James? Like it says in the stream title.
Your top shrine is under attack.
Time to pick a fight.
Why are we banning him, Tundra?
From the source of self-knowledge, the will of creation, I return.
Careful top, careful top.
One of my favorites.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen.
I'm under attack.
Oh, it's Naga's shit.
Away hence. As words of power, a rich tradition. Sorcery. Behold. Hearken unto me.
Hey guys, English only.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
You fucking shit.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen. The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen.
Elemental enlightened seal of Wexford.
The enemy's top barracks has fallen.
I proceed. Who threatens my concentration? Infelicitous. I am committed. Claws of Tornos. Such TV.
For the effort. This will do nicely.
Worms light my path. Augury abounds. I'm well aware of it. Mindfully. Of course. An honor to fight me. A spell I well remember. Drawn from one of my favorites. Rex Quox Rex. Shimmers extracted pulse. Unto battle, behold! With speed. Thither I go. I'm well aware of it. Ghost walk.
You guys want to go take this Naga and then destroy mid?
Away
Okay.
hence.
Am I sleepy? No. Why would I be sleepy?
I'd like to get a pick off with Boy Rush, but
Over yon.
They know.
Skies set your flame for me.
The earth splinters my sorcery.
Rex exhort.
This is Sparta!
Oh, thanks, Chris.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Ill-fated spirit.
GG.
Radiant victory.
GG.
Ooh. Lulu Chan MVP.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I think we did really well in that bottom lane thanks to Lulu. Probably game winning, killing that centaur and Nick so many times. Actually, no doubt game winning. That's the only reason we won actually.
Alright, well, I'm done for today, guys. Thanks for playing. I'll talk to you guys soon.
Thank you for playing as well. Bye bye.
Okay, that was my last game. Does anybody have any questions or comments? Yeah. That stream, the stream is over and there's no more games, but I'm gonna talk to you guys for a little bit. Thanks, Raj. Was this the guy who needed to be banned earlier? Vegas was the one being toxic earlier, right? I think somebody muted him, right? Rightfully so. Why, Eon Disc? They have huge burst. That's the only way I can survive. Like, look at their lineup. They're so bursty, right? Like this Shadow Fiend, he can kill me in like half a second, right? There's literally nothing I can do about it. And if I buy BKB can kind of save me from it. If I press the BKB button quickly enough, yeah, I'll probably survive his combo, and he probably won't try to combo me. So BKB would be good for Shadow Fiend. But I'm more worried about their sudden burst. Like, remember this. I can't really react to if Enigma just blinks and he black holes me, right? Like, remember, you have to use BKB before you get stunned. You know what I mean? So BKB is useless when you don't use it, right? So and I don't trust my reaction time. Like this Nyx Assassin, he can be invisible right next to me, and then he stunned me, and I'm dead. If he has like just one other teammate, I'm dead. Or if the Centaur, if he blinks on me, he stunned me, I'm dead. I'm not going to use BKB because I won't react in time. So, anyways, also BKB won't help you against Enigma, right? Positioning issue with my point on Nyx. Well, man, you can say anything is a positioning issue, right? I mean, you can position it as well as you want, but like a good Nyx Assassin, he will find you. Or like, it's not even just the Nyx Assassin, like any of these fuckers can like find me and just combo me, right? So do I hide from the entire team? Like if this Naga, he runs at me with Song, guess what? They're gonna find me. This Nyx Assassin, he's running around invisible, he's gonna find me. Enigma's probably hiding in the trees somewhere, he's gonna find me too. This Shadowblade Shadow Fiend, like, there's only so much positioning can help you. Alright, where are we? Anyways, Bagus, if you say one more toxic thing, you're gonna get banned from the stream, okay? Can I play Invoker without Midas? I could. I could also play Invoker with Divine Rapier. Yeah, well, I'll ban him the slightest toxic comment. And I'll be banned. I think BKB is a good item, but I wouldn't say it's a required item. Hey, Namdot, I am... Just so that we don't have arguments, I'm not going to have item debates with you. Hey, Reef, I don't really play Meeple because I don't like to play Meeple. And also, if you want to see hero request, you have to make donation. Who won the Invoker game? I did. Hey, Binach, I'm from Canada. Hey man, we heard you the first time. Well, enjoy your fasting. Nyx Shadowfiend were actually good. We could easily counter their initiation with infinite sentries, but there's limited numbers of sentries now. Or is that one of your? I'm not playing anymore. You have very poor listening comprehension, huh? I said it like 2 minutes ago. I was like, there's no more games. And then you like, who won the Invoker? I'm like, we did. And then you just ask it again, man. Listen, you should learn to listen. Hi, Fees. Techies for donation. Next time sounds good, Dandy. Chain losers don't upset me. They upset me. That's my job. I'm a streamer. See you later, Tundra. Nice to see you again today. You guys should listen. Are you referring to when we were taking the racks at top racks? You know, I don't think any of us actually died, right? Or maybe one of us died, and we got the racks. So it was actually the correct play, despite what you think. North America isn't as toxic as Southeast Asia. Well, you can't really say until you play at least like 1,000 games in every server, right? Am I planning to play Ember and Main Cat? I don't know about that. No, I don't really do giveaways. Where do you think is the most imbalanced in offlane right now? Nothal, have you tried checking Dota Buff? Like, rather than taking my opinion for it, or your friend's opinion, or whoever's opinion on the best offlane hero, you can just go to Dota Buff and you can check out the win rates. Yeah, man, you're allowed to ask, but can you try not spamming? Because like, you're like, did you win the Invoker game? Did you win the Invoker game? You see how like, just spamming it makes it annoying? So how about you just don't be annoying? The entire team except for you got wiped out? Wait, but we are talking about when we were taking the racks top, right? Okay, I'm gonna play the replay for you, man. There's no more games. I'm 30 years old. Hey Blue, you always say ban to those who commented on their opinions about your game, but I think that's how, if you want to be a streamer, if you can't receive a response, then just turn off the comment column. How about I just kick out the trash and I keep all the gold? Wouldn't that be a better solution? Why do I have to ban everyone? You know, like people, there's a reason why we have the ban button, right? Wouldn't you agree? Or win?
Radiant's bottom tower is falling.
Yeah, you guys can watch.
Dire's top tower has fallen. Dire's top barracks are under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top barracks has
Look,
fallen.
look, look. We got the racks right here. Only bounty hunter died. No, I would argue that you fucked off way too early.
Is under attack.
Yeah, this is very powerful Barak. You should hit this rack. So right here, actually I can disengage right here, but I actually just chose to fight. This is the correct play.
Dire's top barracks has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
Still a good play. And you're allowed to have your opinion on that. But I would do that for that wreck, easily. And actually, I don't have to die there. That was me being greedy, killing the centaur. I could have disengaged, but getting the Rex was the correct play. Where are we? Hey, Satarjo. You're very welcome. See you later, man. Some really smooth plays. Yeah, you know what? Maybe we'll try Ember on my main account someday. You should check Dota Buff. I've been playing Ember with eggs all day. Hope the new pass the strongest or weakest heroes. You should just check Dota Buff. Try not to beg for attention. Yeah, I'm a little tired. Sounds good. See you next game. English only, please. That's okay now, we can agree to disagree. Actually, you know, here, let me go back real quick and check something. Well, you could just wait for Midnight Pulse to end, right? I don't know why this replay will not start. Oh, Dota just crashed. Nando, you have very strong opinions, man. Alright, where are we?
Radiant's middle. Dire's top barracks has fallen.
Nope, I have buyback. Let's see, where are you in this? You already left. Actually, anyways, I made a mistake. It's the correct call to take the Strax, but I made a mistake to stay there and fight. Yeah, the Midnight Pulse is over here, right? I don't think I was standing at any time. Here, let's watch it. Yeah, we'll see the Midnight Pulse.
Dire's top tower has fallen. Dire's top barracks are under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I am not standing in the Midnight Pulse.
Dire's top barracks has fallen.
4 buybacks? So, okay, you're making another assumption is that we need 4 buybacks to prevent the Naga from pushing. This Naga doesn't even have that many items. She has 3 Wraith Bands and a Diffusal Blade. Range Super Creeps? This is the melee rack. What are Bounty Hunter Earthshaker gonna do? Well, Bounty Hunter, who is extremely farmed, has buyback. Let's see, where's Earthshaker here? Earthshaker has buyback, so even if they both died here, we still have the buybacks, even if we don't need it. Like, look at this Naga's net worth, right? Like, all 3 cores on Radiant have more net worth than Naga. She's not even that powerful. I could buy back. Bounty Hunter can buy back. Earthshaker can buy back. This is the correct play. Anyways, Namda, I think what's more important is that you stop being so condescending to your team. That's the truth. Like even if this is the wrong play, like you don't have to be a dick about it, right? Like you can't just be like, you guys are terrible players or terrible play. That's just not nice, man. Right? I mean, yeah, we can disengage after we take this rack, but taking this melee rack is very important. Well, anyways, here, I have this button for this reason, Namdota. It is very easy to point out mistakes when you have a lot of time to think about it. In real games, players often only have 1 second to make a decision, so please don't be so quick to judge. Anyways, taking this rack was the right call. Yeah, I should have daggered. Like, my life was not worth the Centaur's life, but I wasn't sure what we were capable of. Actually, I think that maybe we can kill these two. Maybe. Yep. No, probably not. No. No, I should have left. Anyways, Namdota, I'm not gonna talk with you about this anymore. I'm done talking about this. It's fine. You can think whatever you like. I still think it's the correct call to take this melee rack. You don't have to be the one clicking the melee rack. That's fine. You can be over here if you want, but I will be right-clicking this melee rack with my alacrity, and we took the melee rack, and I could have gotten out free here if I wasn't so greedy. It's fine, man. All right, any more questions or comments? Also, Namda, I would really appreciate it if we weren't so condescending, saying you made the better decision on the spot, saying that calling everyone retards. It's just not even like the correct. I think it's okay for you to leave, but it's not okay for you to tell your teammates that they're terrible and they're retards or something like that, man. That's just not respectful or nice, and it makes me not want to play with you when you communicate that way. Okay. All right, I'm out of here, guys. Thanks for watching the stream today. Hope you guys had fun. Let's see, what time is it? Sunday. I will be back tomorrow around the same time, so should be around 8 a.m. Pacific time. So I'll see you guys then, okay? Have a great day, great night, guys. Bye.
And his name is John!